Welcome everybody to the Social Dig, the greatest underrated show on the World Wide Web. I am your host, Mr. Rob G. And as always, we're going to be digging into the topics that get you talking and the talk that keeps you thinking. So come on in, kick your feet up, get an ice cold beverage, and get ready to join the conversation. Like we always do here at the Social Dig. I'm going to go ahead and pin the message in the comments today. And let me make sure everything else is set up. We're set up to bring people in for calls today. I'm just so glad to be back. It feels like it's been forever, and it hasn't been. It really hasn't been as long as it feels like. Let me get my stuff set up here. And we will get into the conversation. Totally appreciate everybody coming through. Let me go ahead and jump in the chat and see who came through. You know, we're going to have stragglers coming in. This is a late night chat. This is Saturday night. I hope it's been going well for you. We had an awesome show over at the After Hours with Drew Banky coming through. You know, I really resonated with Drew. Anybody who knows this show knows that he was speaking my language over there. So shout out to Drew Banky for that. And you know, I invited him to come to this show at some point in time. Maybe not tonight, but at some point in the future. He knows there's an open door over here. Susie B, thank you for coming through. Paramar, appreciate you coming through. Magneticus, thank you for coming through. We're going to join the conversation today. We definitely are. Jessica S., thank you for coming through to the Social Dig. And let's see. We're starting off with a handful, but we have a lot of the main players, because I think everybody who I see in here. Dogface, thank you for coming in. LVL, thanks for coming in to the Social Dig. We are about to get it going here. Like I said, yeah, we had a Paranormal Pixie Laura. Thanks for coming in. I definitely want to hear from you guys today. I mean, you guys have a great perspective, as always. We can pick a topic, or I can go into my vault of shows and we can get something going, or we can finish the conversation that we were having today, because it was pretty deep and it's right up my alley as far as the way that I feel about things. So as the music gets ready to fade, let me bring up let's see, what am I going to bring up this time? Ooh. Let me see what I'm going to bring up here. I have a lot of stuff I can go into. Let me see, what is this? All right, this is the number, obviously, 856-843-3444. That's 856-THE-DIGG. Let me see, what was this show about? Okay, consciousness. We brought this one up last week. But it does tie into what we were talking about with Drew, but we did talk about this last week. So let me find something else in my vault. Let's see. Let's see. I'm watching the chat. If anybody has any ideas, I just want to pick a good topic here. I guess we could do, this is always one we could do here. The state of confirmation is always an interesting topic. Okay. Oh, Let's talk about this. Hey, David Divine Broadcaster, thanks for coming in. We're going to talk, let's talk about this. Has anybody seen, and I meant to bring this up, and I will probably bring this up on Spaced Out Radio tomorrow. I will probably bring this up on Spaced Out Radio. LVL, Coley was not feeling well tonight. Um, but I did want to, we're going to talk about it, and just don't mind when we talk about it again, because then at least bring it up briefly for tomorrow's After Hours. But the great Jim Goodall, when I interviewed him on Spaced Out Radio a few weeks back, if you recall, during that interview, Jim Goodall hinted at some things that Bob Lazar was involved in, and also pretty much said that you could anticipate something big or something notable coming down the pipeline for Bob Lazar, but obviously he wouldn't go into details about that. So it has finally come out. It has finally come out, and I'm just so excited to bring this information to you. I don't know if you guys have heard this at all. So Bob Lazar has teamed up, and actually I wrote the person's name down because I want to reach out to this guy and maybe get him on the After Hours. So let me see if I can bring up his. Yeah, no. Okay. Well, it's a guy who's producing a film that Bob Lazar is directly involved in. And what is gonna end up happening with this, or what they have already accomplished, is freaking amazing, first of all. So I don't know if anyone out there has heard of Unreal Engine. It's like a gaming I don't even know what you would call that. A gaming platform, not really a platform, just an engine. It's an engine where they create games in, realistic games that are lifelike, like real Unreal Engine 4, 5. I think 5 is the one that's currently out right now. And the type of games they produce within that engine are almost lifelike, like literally almost lifelike. It's the kind of stuff you see on like PS5, on some computers as well, some of those lifelike graphics. So what is, thank you for coming through, Fast Hemi. Thanks for coming through, Jody Terry. Thanks for coming through, Kevin Whip. And yeah, so basically what they have done is they have teamed up with Bob Lazar, flew him out there, I think to the East Coast, and the developers, they're game developers essentially, and they talked to him and got him to step by step recreate S4 at Area 51. Lifelike, completely realistic, lifelike. And what they've done is they've recreated the sports model craft. They've recreated the hangar that Bob Lazar talks about walking past, or in seeing the sports model spacecraft sitting in there. They've recreated the step ladder that they use to get into the craft. They've also recreated the inside of the craft. So everything Bob Lazar describes, from the everything on the inside looking like is made out of one mold, the reactor that takes the element 115, all this stuff has been recreated in Unreal Engine and looks lifelike. And what they've done is they've taken Bob Lazar, put him on a green screen so he is able to be back in S4 with the craft, and every detail of the craft he had a say so on. So that they're guaranteeing that this is exactly, and Bob Lazar is even guaranteeing that what you're going to see is exactly what he saw. So not only will this be a film that they intend on releasing in 2024, I think it's like right around February, March that this film is coming out. Bob Lazar is directly involved in this. Not only that, but they also have created a VR experience. So about a month or so after the movie comes out, you will be able to connect to a computer using VR, and you will be able to walk around Papoose Lake. You will be able to walk around S4. You will be able to walk past every one of the hangars that were built into the mountain that Bob Lazar says were built into the mountain. Realistic lifelike. You'll be able to walk through and see every spaceship, the Jello mold spaceship, the sports model, the one Lazar worked on directly, and then the other ones that were named. I think there were like 9, 10 different craft. So not only that, you will also be able to, one of the things that Bob Lazar had said, if you watch the documentaries, is that he had to get scanned in to enter the facility. And there was like a handprint machine, not really a handprint machine, like an old school machine that measured the bones in the fingers. And then once it validated you, then it popped a card out of the machine that would allow you to have security clearance for the day and get into certain areas of Area 51 or S4. So you'll be able to do that completely in VR, completely reconstructed to the finest detail as Bob Lazar has outlined. So what you're going to see is exactly what this facility looks like if it's still in use, or at least what it looked like at the time that Bob Lazar was there. So that is pretty dang big, because when you think about it, that would be it, out of most, and we've seen other sightings and things, experiences recreated, but this one, they're going the extra mile with this. And then the stamp of approval from Bob Lazar has already been put on this. So I think that's pretty exciting, because we will get to see what he saw. It's like stepping into Bob Lazar's mind, everything he's always tried to explain to everyone. When he describes what it is he saw, he said on many different interviews, you'll be able to actually see it, visualize it, experience it. I mean, down to the finest detail, the workshop, the items that were placed around the inside of the hangar, like it's down to the finest detail, and it's wild, what they were able to recreate. So that's pretty big, and that, I'm pretty sure that's what the legend, Mr. Jim Goodall, was referring to when he brought that up when we interviewed him on Space Style Radio. So, boom, that was the big news. Jim Goodall was giving us a clue, a hint. Hey, Dogman UK, thanks for coming in. And I think that is freaking awesome. I saw, and you can find it on YouTube, I saw what it looked like. He showed a portion of like the images that were shown. And, I wonder, I don't want to get in trouble. Yeah, I have Paramarth. They showed, they didn't show technically a preview, but they did show stills. They showed a few different stills from the project. Now, here's what we're going to do, or try to do. Actively, as of now, as of the other day, trying to get this guy on the show, the film producer, so he can show the stills and get him to talk about it. And maybe Jim Goodall might be able to help with that. So I'm going to reach out to Jim and see potentially if we could have some assistance with getting his attention for the show and maybe have him on. But his presentation is so incredible. It's mind-blowing. You know what I mean? There was a guy, also Jim's friend as well, part of his, if you've watched Jim Goodall interview I did here on the Social Dig, we went into detail. I brought up some of his old footage. If you want to see Jim Goodall in the 80s talking on film, doing an interview, you need to go right here on this channel I don't know what episode it is. I'm about to tell you right now. And that's one of the things I do with my interviews, right? I try to take them from a different angle. You know, Jim's been on plenty of shows, but I actually got him to show some different stuff. So let me see. Let me find the show here real quick. Okay. Actually, it's my show, right? I can show it, can I? It's my show. Yeah, I can show it. So let me see something here. Give me just a second. Just give you just a brief teaser on, you know, you think you've heard everything from Jim, but let me bring it up here, guys. Give me just a moment. But one of Jim's good friends, he was part of this crew back in the day called the Interceptor Crew. And one of the guys affiliated with this crew actually got with Bob Lazar and created a model, like a die-cast model of the sports model UFO that was on sale way back in the day. And, you know, since then, there hasn't really been anyone who's recreated what Bob Lazar had explained. Okay, wait a minute. Is that it? I think this is it right here. Where you at, Jim? Pretty insane. I just saw it here. Okay, here we go. All right, I'm going to try to find. Okay. This is awesome. All right, I'm going to play this part because it's part of my show and I can do that. So, all right, here we go. Let me share it. Let me share this here. All right, we sharing. All right, so this is Jim, and just watch this here. I have something real quick here because I want to, you know, when you tell the story so vividly, it's you can definitely picture the scene, and I want to make sure that everyone gets this. So I have something here that might. So with the Interceptor Club, you guys had a feature back in the day, and I want people to check this out so they can see what it was all about. This was Jim's club.
These men and women are on a quest for the Holy Grail
on a TV program back in the day.
But there really are black airplanes.
They're called interceptors, and they've made it their mission to spy on the latest in super-secret stealth technology.
If the U.S. military, their security can be penetrated by guys just like us, then we're in big trouble.
Every year in the wilds of New Mexico, a handful of people get together to spy on one of the most conspicuous uses of our money, military hardware. Specifically, the latest, fastest, coolest jet planes in the world. We decided to check out the scene for ourselves.
So Jim used to be part of this group, and he wasn't in this interview, this particular one, but this is what they used to do back in the day, one of the things they used to do.
It was was a stormy evening in May in the New Mexico desert, and under darkening skies, World War III was being rehearsed. Huddled in the darkness, just beyond the legal reach of military police, a group of dedicated observers watch, listen, and photograph.
Got some red lights blinking. Maybe we're going to get some action. Anytime you can see this kind of action with airplanes, it's well worth it. Yeah, it's well worth it.
Every year, a ragtag gang of hardware buffs descend on Roswell, New Mexico. The plan? Get as close as legally possible to the annual Roving Sands military exercise, the Defense Department's Super Bowl, World Series, and May Day parade, all rolled into one.
You know, I call us tech nerds. We love technology. We love the latest piece of flying hardware, the 1,000-channel scanning radio.
This is pretty amazing.
Everybody uses the internet to pass rumors, ideas, stories, frequencies, stuff like that, which has brought a lot of people together.
Since I was a little girl, going to an air show with my grandfather, I always thought, wow, look at those planes fly. This is something totally different.
You get to see the aircraft in an operational environment. These are real pilots, real working pilots, working real time on real missions. It's not staged like an air show. They're not flying the same routine week after week. Every day it's something different for them.
Well, Americans are curious people. You know, we just want to go over the mountain to see what we can see, you know. See an unfamiliar thing in a familiar place and a familiar thing in an unfamiliar place. And that's why we came. We just wanted to see something different.
Steve Douglas is a freelance writer and photographer who started the whole interceptor movement several years ago. Its membership has been growing ever since.
I was into scanning and stuff like that because I thought, hey, this would be a great key to
That
find
guy
out all
is
this weird stuff
Jim Goodall's friend to this
that's
day.
going on out there, and it just blossomed from there. There's a tight ring of people who are like me, who are fanatical basically, and go out to these places. It's the best vacation I can think that any interceptor could have, because they'll go home and they'll talk about this for months. The email messages will fly. The people will go, wow, look at this great shot, and they'll all, you know, come together.
The challenge is irresistible, a kind of big game hunt, tracking the fastest, most elusive creatures known to man.
There's 3 of them.
We know when they're starting up. We know when they're getting ready to taxi, you know, getting ready to take off. You're not daydreaming. If you come out here to see airplanes, you got to know what they're doing, you know, in order to see them, because they are so fast, so quick. I mean, they're on you before you ever know what hit you.
Yeah. Hey, Chris and
And if
Jay,
you don't
thanks
know
for
that's
coming.
what's happening, you're going to miss the whole shot. You're going to miss everything.
Airplanes come and go. The interesting ones come and go at night.
Stuart Brown is a technology reporter for Popular Science magazine. Stuart is a self-confessed military high-tech junkie and hardware historian.
The reason I'm here tonight is because we have good equipment and we have an actual possibility of being overflown by airplanes that don't exist. In other words, unacknowledged airplanes. It seems to have happened 2 nights ago. Something went by that was high and fast.
Stuart is here looking for the holy grail of interceptors, the secret black stealth bombers, spy planes, and fighters. Planes they say the government claims do not exist.
This poetic idea I came up with is that, you know, a black airplane is the unicorn you might find. We know there aren't really any unicorns, but there really are black airplanes.
There's a whole lot of stuff out there that we've heard about, a few people have seen, but the government says it's not there. There's so much money soaked into a black budget for black aircraft, spy aircraft, different spooky stuff for black projects that is totally unaccountable. They say we need X amount of dollars, they get it, nobody knows where it goes.
These interceptors believe that they are first and foremost patriots, and it's their God-given right to keep track of our tax dollars. And as for those incredibly high-tech airplanes, if we got them, flaunt them.
Wait a minute. Is it a given that 28 billion of our bucks go to these guys? without any debate? I mean, is that just how life is? We obviously believe, hey, we bought the stuff.
These guys were on top of it.
And we're going to look for it.
Despite their down-home patriotism, this group of rogue technology buffs is seen by some as potentially damaging to national security.
Bottom line, our mission is to wage war, to destroy the enemy when that's required. And anything that degrades
war today. There's 20 billion back then.
And that's where the line should be
in
drawn.
the 80s, early 90s.
If the U.S. military their security can be penetrated by guys just like us, then we're in big trouble.
Ultimately, this all comes down to a very American kind of spectator sport, fueled by the sounds, smells, and adrenaline rush of seeing the fastest machines on the planet being put through their paces.
It's really fun if you start to get the idea that, wow, there's really might be some weird bird up there, some dart-shaped thing going Mach 7.
Some people might think that's a little weird to take a vacation and come out and do this, but our home movies are a lot more exciting than theirs.
It'd be my first time. I would definitely come back and see it again.
And it's magical to sit around here at night and construct sort of a 3D picture of this war these guys are fighting, this practice war.
Hey, Deb from SAC, thanks for
You
coming
really don't
through.
get quite the feeling of how powerful and how great these machines are until you're out here with these guys watching them work.
Once again, this was a great interview I did with Jim Goodall. One of the most comprehensive interviews out there on Jim Goodall, I'd have to say. So I thought that was awesome. That's your group, right?
Yeah, Steve Douglas is one of the original Interceptors. Stu Brown is one of the original ones. Stu Brown's now retired, lives in Albuquerque, Old Town area. Steve Douglas is the news director at the ABC affiliate in Amarillo now.
Wow, okay.
He went from chasing tornadoes to trying to figure out what he's going to do next, and one thing led to another. Now, one of the funny things, I have been to the fence line at Tonopah Test Range and Area 51 on 80 plus different occasions over the last 40 years. And one of the most memorable ones, this is June of '96. I'm with John Lear. We're at the fence line at Tonopah Test Range. They fly spooky stuff out of there. Now, allegedly, when the F-117s moved to Holloman Air Force Base, Tonopah Test Range with
Jim isn't live.
I think 62 hangars went into caretaker status.
Watch how
and we knew that was a lie.
Watch how I sprung this
because
video
our government
on him.
occasionally
You're
will
about to
lie
see
to
Jim
us,
Goodall,
American
like 30
taxpayers.
years ago, 40 years ago.
So we're there at night. We're
Jim
in our
is not
lawn
live.
chairs. You don't go in the desert and sit on the ground if you're waiting. And if you're standing for hours and hours, it can be hard, especially when you're an old fart. So both John and I, we have our lawn chairs. You tape up your pant legs at your boots to keep the scorpions from going up your pant legs because they're there. And we're sitting there with our Generation 1 night vision.
Awesome
goggles. And it's not it's 11 o'clock at night, and we see 3 armored personnel carriers coming towards us with their lights off. One coming from the west, one coming from the south, one coming from the east. We're watching them for a few minutes, and I stand up and yell real loud, "Hey, we're good guys, we're taxpayers." And all of a sudden, poof, we have floodlights on us.
Better.
John has 3 little red dots in his chest.
I said, watch.
I have 3 little red dots on my chest.
Watch the video I sprayed
Probably
up
know
on
it was a
Jim.
pointer. I don't know if they were pointing weapons on us, but I looked down and said, "Oh, shit." I don't know if I can swear, but you can always, beep that out. And about the same time, we see a vehicle has come down on the public land side of the fence. And this gentleman in Desert Utilities, he has his hand on his Beretta. He says, "You're in a restricted area and I'm ordering you to leave." And I said, "Sir, I don't know who you are, but this is public land and I don't need your permission to be here." I said, "You're in a restricted area and I'm ordering you to leave." And I pulled out my aeronautical map printed by the federal government. And it says right here, the longitude and latitude of the restricted area is such and such. And it's if you go to that fence post over there, you'll see a USGS medallion about this big. It gives the longitude and latitude to the second. I said, "I'm on public lands and I can be here for 15 consecutive days without your permission." And he's getting pissed. I want to see some ID. And I said, well, who are you? I said, I'm Captain so-and-so with ASI, and that stood for Advanced Security, Inc. I said, sir, you're a rent-a-cop, and you don't have jurisdiction on this side of the fence. And you can just see his jaws just, and the veins are popping out. He says, I've been deputized by Nye, Lincoln, and Esmeralda County and the state of Nevada to uphold the laws of the federal government and the state of Nevada. And I said, well, good for you. So I want to see some ID. I said, I don't have to show you squat. I tell you what, you show me yours, I'll show you mine. So he hands me his ASI badge. I handed it back to him. I said, sir, that's not a valid form of ID. I need something issued by the state or federal government. Now, we still have the floodlights on us. The red dots are now on my back. John still has his feet up on the barbed wire. And so I said, well, I'll tell you what, you show me yours, I'll show you mine. So he gives me his Nevada driver's license, and I don't have my reading glasses on. Okay. So Lear, I pulled out my Minnesota license, because I lived in Minnesota at the time. Lear pulled out his, handed it to the guy. He goes over, he hands it to a guy on the south side of the fence. He goes to the supervisor's armored personnel carrier. The interior light goes on, and I hear, oh shit, it's Goodall and Lear. The lights went off, the red dots went away, and they dispersed. But they knew they weren't going to intimidate us out of the area.
And you've been that, we can cuss there, you've been that badass for a long time.
My pain in the ass. Well, one of the more interesting events I had that has to do with UFOs. Bob Lazar is a friend of mine and has been a friend of mine since before he went to work out in the desert. And before he went to work out in the desert at S4, you couldn't put a gun to his head to convince him that UFOs were real. And I can get into that story here in a bit if you want.
Yeah, definitely. What I want to do though, this is a extra bonus treat, especially for all the Jim Goodall fans out there. Everybody who's followed Jim Goodall, you hear how he speaks now. So matter of fact, on the things that he's said to these the people who have stepped in his path. And I want you guys to know this is Jim. So we're gonna see Jim probably 30 years ago saying the same thing. Let's check it out.
I am a published author. I've written for 3 different publications. I have a number of articles on black programs and secret projects for Jane's Defense Weekly, for Interavia, for
the legend Jim Goodall.
Space Technology. I have 3 books right here that I have authored just on the F-117 alone. That is where I spend all my spare time, is digging. I've had my neighbors questioned, I've had my mail opened, I've had my phones tapped. I was called up for Desert Shield. I'm in the Air National Guard. They held up my clearance at the Pentagon. They didn't deny my clearance, they held it up because I asked too many questions of my government. And my response was, that is my job. As an American taxpayer, it's my job to question my government whenever I feel it fit, and I do. And I make a lot of enemies, and I'm referred to as that SOB from Minnesota. I have quite a reputation in the Pentagon for being able to dig up information when no one else can. What's going on in Area 51 today, based on information from first-person interviews I've made over the last 6 or 7 years, there are at least 8 black programs flying out of Groom Lake, out of Area 51. That does not count the B-2 bomber because it's not a black program. It does not count the F-117, which is virtually a white program today. There are at least 2 very, very high-speed aircraft that have been reported since 1982 is when we've heard the first reports of them. One of them is a small aircraft. It goes approximately Mach 4 to Mach 6. There's an aircraft that has been tracked out of the Bay Area TRACON in Oakland, California by the Federal Aviation Administration Center at least 8 times since 1986, flying in excess of 10,000 miles an hour going through controlled airspace, and a very, very large aircraft at that. Besides the 2 high-speed aircraft, there is a stealth or low observable electronic warfare aircraft. It's been referred to as Excalibur. There is an aircraft that is designed to fly very, very high, but very, very slow and very, very quiet. There's been some rumblings or reports as a flying triangle, much like the canceled McDonnell Douglas General Dynamics A-12. That was going to be an attack aircraft. Just recently, out of Lancaster, California, taken off from Palmdale, which is Air Force Plant 42, and that's where the B-1 was built. The B-2 bomber is being built there. The F-117 is being serviced there in the U-2 operations. There has been at least 3 sightings of triangular-shaped aircraft being launched out of that area. They made no noise, and just people just happened to look up and see these things leaving the area at relatively low altitude. But again, no noise.
Are there any unconventional technologies, propulsion technologies involved?
Yes, I have had the opportunity over the years to interview, again, people who have worked at the test site at Groom Lake. One gentleman spent 12 of his 30 years in black programs at Groom Lake. When I asked him, I said, first of all, I said, do you believe in UFOs? And he looked at me with a straight face in one-on-one. He said, absolutely, positively, they do exist. I said, can you expand upon that? And he said, no, I can't. About a year later, we were talking about, again, activities at Groom Lake. And I asked him, I said, you know, can you really tell me what's happening out there? And he said, well,
yeah, unfortunately,
there's a lot of things that are going on there that I won't be able to tell you until the year
really
2025. But we have things in the Nevada desert,
the old video,
that would make George Lucas envious. Another individual who was an NCO, an E9, which is the highest grade you can get as an enlisted man. He's a chief master sergeant in the Air Force. Was a safety specialist. He had 3 different tours of duty at Groom Lake on various programs. Now, he had no connection with my friend who worked on the other black programs. We were talking, I interviewed him at Nellis in 1985, 86 time frame. And I said, what's out there? And again, he looked me straight in the eye and he said, we have things out there that are literally out of this world. I said, explain. He said, I can't. But trust me, see, we have things that are better than Star Trek.
How awesome is that, right?
I mean, there's, what's the best way to put it?
So I just wanted to show you guys that, because I just showed you an interview of Jim Goodall, and I showed Jim Goodall an interview of Jim Goodall. How ironic is that? I've just showed you an interview of Jim Goodall, and in that interview, I showed Jim Goodall an interview of Jim Goodall, talking the same stuff, just showing that Jim has been doing this forever. And I got so much love for Jim. It is crazy, right? I've interviewed him a couple times. You know, we talk after the show. He's a really genuine, great guy. And I'm going to do this because I have bragging rights. Because I have the bragging rights, I'm going to show off, right after the interview I just showed you, he sent me this book. Look how thick that book is. This book is and he personalized it. I want to show what he signed, like the first page or something like that. But look at this stuff. You guys got, if you haven't ordered Jim's book, please do. Look at this. He has everything in here. I flipped to a random page. Look at that. Details on Lord knows what. Let me just, another random page. Look at that. Awesome, awesome book, guys. You got to support Jim Goodall. He's the man. So I was showing you that because you know, at that time, that's when Bob Lazar came out and said all the stuff that he said. And, you know, Jim is obviously tied right into the situation. So hopefully Jim can get me in contact with the producer of the film that's coming out on Bob Lazar. That would be just, you know, hopefully that can happen, but we'll see. So, okay, yeah. So here's what we'll do. Rob has to read just his settings like last week. Am I okay? Is my audio okay? Let me just check that. This same audio I used over at Spaced Out Radio. So is the audio coming through clear here? Am I loud enough? Is it okay? Maggie M10, thanks for coming. Okay, good. I just want to make sure. Yeah, so Bob Lazar, the movie is coming out. I don't know if it's actually a movie or if I think it's more Bob Lazar like taking you through the whole S4 situation. So he's like, it literally looks like he is in S4, the current Bob Lazar, and he's walking you to the spaceship. He's showing you what he worked on. And so he's telling his story again, but having the visual aid there to kind of, you know, lean on or to back that up. It should be freaking epic. This is going to be huge when it does come out. And I can't wait. A bit quiet, Social Dig, but not terrible. Audio's low. Hold on. Okay, how about now? Turn the mic up. Is that better? Microphone check. 1 2 1 2. Okay. All right, Paramore. I don't know why. You know, it's the same settings I'm using over there. So, okay. But yeah, so this should be epic. I think this is going to be, you know, because obviously we just have Bob Lazar's story this entire time. So I think for the masses, for the world, really, to have this aid to go along with him retelling this story, I think is going to hit different for a lot of the people out there, you know, who are checking it out for the first time. A lot of us believe his story. You know, there's a portion of people who don't believe Bob Lazar's story, and I don't know why. You know, I don't know why. If you guys could throw some ideas out there, who believes Bob Lazar, who doesn't believe Bob Lazar? If you know, I would like to hear from the people who don't believe Bob Lazar, why. I know, and I covered it in the interview with Jim Goodall. Matter of fact, you guys have to go back and watch that. It is episode 34 right here in the Social Dig catalog. So when you get the time, go back and watch that. I interviewed Lou Jimenez from Lou Reviews. Also, back in the day, we had a great, heated, awesome conversation, though, right? Because you know what slide Lou steps on as far as the UFOs go since all the stuff happened, and you know where I'm at with it. So, you know, we're talking back and forth, but it gets real intense, and it's an awesome interview. And at the end of the day, you know, we walk away from it respecting each other completely, totally. Yeah. Deb believes Bob Lazar. Paramar believes Bob Lazar. Magneticus, no opinion. I didn't walk in his shoes, right? Yeah. I mean, and you know, yeah, you can look at it that way. You can definitely look at it that way because, yeah, Susie B, the one who promotes, the ones who promote polluting the earth for profit don't want to believe Bob Lazar because he threatens their empires. Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, if you deny his stories, you have to dismiss your own personal experience. Magneticus. Okay. I can see that. You know, but a lot of the people, and this is what I like to do, because like I said, common sense rules the day. So, you know, Some people say he lied about, he didn't go to MIT. His records don't line up. Well, we know the government erases you and can erase you, and they pretty much can do that if they want to. But even if he didn't go to MIT, even if that was a lie he told, to be popular in his circle of friends, and that might have been what it was. Maybe he, his friends and his group of friends, that's the story that he told. Maybe he didn't go there. But I always make a point, like, my brother didn't go to any fancy school. My little brother, a few years younger than me, didn't go to any fancy school and didn't even complete high school. He almost did. He got pretty close, but he didn't complete it. And he's been working for NASA for over 20 years now. NASA. He's working at NASA. So, yeah, Jody, remember the movie Eraser? Yeah, all day. But, yeah, I mean, if that's all you're going to have to call yourself debunking Bob Lazar, then you don't have much. You don't have much. And his story just stands strong to this day. A lot of the stuff he's being vindicated on, not even talking about the Element 115, but just the way he describes it in his initial interview, the way he lays it out. As a matter of fact, we have Grush and all these other people who've come forward since then and say the exact same thing, right? So, and just so you know, the line is open. So if anybody wants to join that conversation, feel free to do so. Let me connect the phone, actually, because I know I have. Let me make sure it's connected here.
Pairing. Bluetooth connected.
Just in case. Okay, so that is connected. All right, let me take off. Do not disturb. Done. Give me just a second, guys. Okay, turn that off. All right. Let me check some messages. Hopefully this is not a spam call. All right, so this, I don't even know who this is. This was a person who is from the Space Out Radio chat. And this is the message that they left. I just want to play it real quick, see if it plays.
Hi, I'm calling for no other reason than to see if anyone can guess who I am. Have a good night.
Can anybody guess who that is? The person didn't leave their name, so I can't confirm if it's right or not. If that person is in the audience tonight, please say it's you. I'm going to play it again.
Hi, I'm calling for no other reason than to see if anyone can guess who I am. Have a good night.
I should, it's someone from Spaced Out Radio. It's one of your peers, one of the people in the chat. Oh, obviously, I know the number, but I'm not going to say what it is or the area code. Well, I guess area code might not matter, right? 615 area code.
Hi, I'm calling for no other reason than to see if anyone can guess who I am. Have a good night.
Man, I wish whoever this is was in the chat tonight. That's gonna kill me. That's gonna bug me. All right, while you guys ponder over that, Derek Galloway, I know who it is. Oh, I don't know, Susie B. Maybe, huh? Maybe. Maybe. That's a good guess. So, okay. Here's someone else left this message. I can't read what it is, so I can't even screen this one, but I'm going to play it, and hopefully it's not anything that's going to get us shut down or banned here. Well, let's see. Here we go. Hopefully it's not bad. Hopefully it's not bad. Well, that's why I can't see, because they didn't say anything. Okay. Well, that solves that. Okay. All right. Yeah, so as far as that goes, yeah, so Bob Lazar, awesome stuff coming down the pipe, man. The Bob Lazar conversation is about to heat up again. After all this time, he's just been sitting in the shadows. And, what was funny to me, though, this was the funny part. And shout out to Corbell, shout out to Jeremy Corbell, George Knapp. But anyone notice, and I just want to make sure this doesn't come off wrong or anything in case any of these guys hear us talking today. Anybody notice, right? Jeremy Corbell and George Knapp, they brought across some good stuff, right? Some stuff that's helped the conversation. They've been a part of video releases. They've, written statements to Congress and submitted those. So they've definitely done some footwork. Anyone notice, though, that Jeremy Corbell makes it a point to always include, themselves in, like, we found Bob Lazar. And whenever he does interviews, like, we found Bob Lazar, even though we know first time we met Bob Lazar was through Ross Coulthard, but Ross Coulthard admits that they met, that David Grush hooked up with Corbell and Knapp first, prior. So Coulthard admits that. And then the Bob Lazar thing, right? So that's how we met Jeremy Corbell through the documentary he did about Bob Lazar. I think he did like 2. And so his attachment to Bob Lazar. And he would always refer in the Rogan interviews and pretty much any interview he did back then, and even some today, he'll, talk about his affiliation with Bob Lazar. The thing that was funny to me, or just weird, maybe not even funny, after Grush, since Grush has been out, Grush has not gone on Jeremy Corbell's platform or George Knapp's platform. You would think, as big of buddies as Corbell says that they are, that would have been like the first stop, right? Instead, Grush does an interview with this random guy, this random dude, whoever this dude is. I don't even, Nick something, I don't even remember his name, but he's nobody that I know or have heard of. He does have, a popular YouTube channel, but you would think, why would Grush go there instead of going to Corbell's platform? That had me thinking when those interviews came out, the recent ones with Grush. It was like, why wouldn't Grush have gone to the Corbell, to the Weaponized, to go ahead and have a sit-down conversation? You would think that would be the place he would go. So it just had me thinking. Maybe I'm just thinking too hard on that. But that, and then Bob Lazar has not ever come on Weaponized, but we know he's been being secretive. But you never see him with Corbell these days. So I don't know. like I said, maybe I'm reading too far into that, but it just, the way Corbell, puts a stamp down on, we found Grush first, and Grush is, and always speaks on behalf of Grush and also on behalf of Bob Lazar, yet neither one of them have gone on to the platform. I just think that's weird. I don't know. I think that's weird. I don't know. Have no clue. But with that being said, the topic that I had, let me see here. Make sure I'm checking my messages. Yeah. So the topic that this all stemmed from, and the reason why we even got on Bob Lazar, was I had done a show about the state of confirmation and where we're at. And maybe that's a good conversation to have, because I don't know. I mean, where do you think we're at? How do you feel? This is back during the hearing, the show we did on that. So what is the state of confirmation right now? Where are we at? Was it the Cryptid Huntress? Oh. Let me play that again. Was it the Cryptid Huntress?
Hi, I'm calling for no other reason than to see if anyone can guess who I am. Have a good night.
No, I don't think so.
Hi, I'm calling for no other reason than to see if anyone can guess who I am. Have a good night.
Okay, no, I don't think so. Yeah, so anybody who's coming in? Who's coming? What was it? What movie was that from? Who's coming with me? Who's coming with me? Yeah, that wasn't Jones. It definitely wasn't. Gee, Whitebear, maybe we had a lot of people that said they were gonna, or is it Ruth Kleber? Where does Ruth Kleber? Ruth Kleber. I know Ruth said she had come by one day, and man, I don't know. It's gonna kill me though. I'm not gonna be able to get any sleep. I don't know, but the line is open for any new person that wants to call the line. Ruth is she's from Kleber with a K, K-L, I think I-E-B-E-R. She's in our chat over at Spaced Out Radio, but she mentioned about calling in. She's been over here in our chat on on the Social Dig as well, on one of our late night talks. So she's also come over here. No. Last you heard, Bob Lazar was living in mid-Michigan near Midland. Yeah, no. Bob Lazar is not in that location. He's not in that location. Actually, I think in the piece where they show Lazar, they actually talk about where Bob Lazar currently is, and he's not anywhere near there. So, for sure. Yeah, see, that was a can of worms, right? Because I don't know who the hell that was. And apparently she thinks that we would know. So it has to be somebody that we know, right, in the chat, because she thinks by her voice alone that someone should know. So that's a clue. But I have no clue who that could be. Yeah, so let me look at something here while you guys ponder. I want to see what we could do here. Okay, let's see. All right, so that's, I would like to see Skinny Bob, what's the best temperature to eat lasagna? Yeah, I mean we have the Skinny Bob message in here still, so you guys just want to hear that, we can do that. Let me go ahead and play that. I believe this is it.
Well, hi, Rob G. This is the Debster calling. Deb from Sacramento. I actually do have a story, but it's really more someone else's story than mine. It's a joint story. This is a secret. I'm coming out of the closet tonight, you guys. It's a secret I've been holding for over 20 years. I actually know Skinny Bob is real because I found Skinny Bob 20 years ago up in the Sierras. I brought him home here and adopted him, took care of him. I've taught him a little bit of English over the years, but mostly we communicate with each other telepathically. But he can speak a little bit of English, and he did want to speak tonight. He is not aged at all. He's as healthy. Well, he was emaciated and sick when I found him, but now he's healthy and thriving. He has been. He has not aged a day. He's still very young. I don't think they age much. And he is the last survivor of his race. And so he was the last one. They've crashed here, and he was the last one. And he hasn't been able to telepathically find any survivors from his race. So anyway, he wanted to say hello and say a few things tonight. I'm going to give him the microphone, and then I'll be back to say goodnight. Go ahead. The mic's open. You can. It's okay. He's a little nervous. Go ahead.
Hi. Skinny Bob. Debster is Mama.
Hilarious.
Skinny Bob. I eat good food. They feed me lasagna, pizza, taco. Oh, yum. Bob. No, Skinny Bob, no more. Debster, my mama. I love food. I love mama. I love Earth. I say hello. I love cats. I love to eat cats.
No, don't talk about the cats. Go stand in the corner. We agreed. I'm sorry, you guys. Yeah, unfortunately, I found out the hard way. They do love to eat cats. So unfortunately, when I first brought him home, he did eat my 2 cats. So if you ever see a gray in your yard, shoot them off and get rid of them because they do love to eat cats. They're worse than coyotes. But okay, it's all right. Come back. She wants to say goodnight real quick. But anyway, that's our story. We're out of the closet. That's my big secret. He actually has been working with me on my remote viewing. Go ahead. Let's say goodnight. Good night, everyone. Go ahead.
Hilarious. And this was the end of that message here.
So Skinny Bob and I wanted to say goodnight. I think we might have gotten cut off. So goodnight, space travelers. Skinny Bob, do you want to say goodnight? He does. He's so excited to be able to talk to other Earthlings for a change. Here you go. Go ahead. Go ahead and talk.
Skinny Bob says good night, space people, space travelers, Earthlings, and the universe. I'm so happy to talk to all of you tonight. And good night.
Okay, so that's it. We are out. Good night, everyone.
Good job, Deb. Let's see. Boo, 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 boo. Since she's here.
Hello, Mr. Rob G and Spaced Out Radio. I have a UFO sighting when I was 10 years old. My first sighting ever. I went to bed, and when I woke up, I was in the schoolyard, standing in a tree, looking up at the sky, and there was a UFO spinning with a bunch of lights, all different colors, and it was shaped like an octagon. The center of it was spinning, and that's my very first UFO experience. I don't remember getting home or even leaving the house or even getting out of bed or even getting back into bed. That's my first UFO encounter. Thanks, Rob G. Woo! SOR!
Yeah. Great job. That was, I believe, Susie B, if I'm not mistaken. Susie B. That was Susie B. So I had to go to the archives to get people to share their stories. So I went and pulled it from the archives. We had 2 people step up, and let's see. Let's go on and go with this one.
Neil Warden. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, Spaced Out Radio proudly brings to you its intergalactic tag team champions of the world, the badass Nicole, the social dig Rob G, the After Hours Outlaws, and if you're not down with that, I'm good for ya. Abduct this. Don't you know it's rude to hang up on people without saying goodbye? Neil Warden here again. Yeah, I was just completing my story. So yeah, everyone saw the glass ornament. No one can explain it. We were all a little bit freaked out. And right after that happened, we could all feel like, the tingly sensation on the back of your neck and everything. There was definitely a presence there. Other ones I've seen a UFO. This was 2020. Funnily enough, my brother had told me that he'd asked out into the universe to want to see a UFO. And then this was a few days before, and a few days later, he was at the back garden having a smoke, and he comes running in, and he goes, Neil, I've just seen a UFO. I dropped what I was doing. I was skidding in the kitchen, trying to, I was crashing into all the cupboards and everything, the counter, trying to get to the back door. I got outside and he pointed up in the sky and he said, that's where I saw it. And we both looked up in that direction, maybe for 10 seconds just watching it. And then it came back and it was like it kind of phased in, and it was the best way I can describe it was like a beautiful, soft white light, and you just felt really happy looking at it. And it's different to any kind of light on Earth. That makes sense. And then it just stayed there, and then it kind of slowly, like a dimmer switch, it slowly went duller and duller until it just completely vanished. And the shape of it, well, it wasn't a circle, it wasn't a square. It was I don't know really. It was hard to explain. But yeah, that's probably the most profound UFO experience that I've ever had, and I just said thank you, thank you for listening, kind of thing. And thank all of you for listening as well, you lovely people in the chat room. Big shout out to Derek Galloway, the Debster, the lovely Debster, with her skinny pop voice. Yeah, and a big shout out to Coley and yourself, Rob. You do a great show, and you really interact with the fans, and we appreciate it, so thank you.
Awesome, man. Awesome. That's why we do this over here, man. For stuff like that, right? For the messages that we have left. Now, here's the funny thing. I've been in the chat with you guys as a chatter, right? As a chatter. I was over here doing my own show prior to After Hours. And I would often see, the topic come up amongst chatters that they wanted to be heard. They wanted to be able to tell their story. Mike Rivers from the SOR chat said that very thing. And then I put the message out like, hey, Mike Rivers, we have a place to do that now. Mike Rivers has not shown up yet. So you can't keep those experiences bottled in. Like, if you have an experience, if you've had one, you have to tell the story. If you haven't, a lot of people surprisingly haven't told anybody when you look around. And there may be reasons why. Some people who are in that position have said or voiced their concern of how tough it is to talk about, depending on what the sighting is. And we have someone who's joining us today. You see the name on the screen. Everybody, give it up for Love V Love. Lovey love. All right, calm down, everybody. Calm down. Lovey love. You have stepped into the social dig, and your mic's on mute, but I think you're about to speak to the crowd. We haven't heard Lovey Love's voice, but we are about to hear Lovey Love. Oh, we're about to see Lovey Love? Are we about to? Love be love. Love be love. It's so great to see you. How are you?
I'm good. I'm great. Great. Thanks.
That is totally awesome. Where's my explosion sound? I'm just blown away. It is so good to see you, Lovey Love.
It's good to see you, Rob.
Talk to us. Talk to us. I hear you. You're very vocal in the chat. Very, very vocal in the chat. So talk to us. Tell us about an experience. Shoot the breeze. Whatever you want to do. The floor is completely and all yours.
No, I need you to ask me questions.
Okay. So when was the first time you experienced something?
Well, I think the first time is when I was about 6 years old and I experienced a childhood trauma. And I think like childhood trauma opens you up to other things. And I remember waking up a couple of different times and my nightmare was the night terrors, and you wake up and you still envision what your dream was about and it's in front of you. And I remember seeing a great, huge golden lion in my room one time at 6 years old. And then another time I woke up and I had all kinds of different snakes all over my bed and covering me and just all over everything. So that was kind of like the first time. But, you know, I grew up in an apostolic church, and we were taught at a young age that everything that's not working out for you in life, or anything that's off or whatever, it was the devil, and that you could rebuke the devil. So that was like instilled also around the same time period. So like there's just a lot of weird things that happened around that time that I think opened me up to some weirdness and some high strangeness things going on. But you know, as far as like what brought me to SOR was I actually followed Jessica, the cryptid huntress. Before she was the cryptid huntress, she was the Oracle of the South. And she read tarot cards. And I've been drawn to magic and different things like that. So I was following her and felt connected to her and stuff and things. So then when she became the cryptid huntress, I just kind of switched over. And then she mentioned, of course, SOR. So then I rolled over here one weekend and I saw everybody, and it's just like, it just ignites all the things that I've kind of always thought about, but like repressed, you know?
Right.
Yeah.
That's wild. So what have you had in a UFO or extraterrestrial encounter?
Yeah. I guess I was like about 12 years old, and we had visited some of my parents' friends. And I want to say it was like a little more in the foothills. It wasn't quite mountains, but it was a little more higher altitude. And I just thought it was the way boonies because I live in the country anyway. So I was just like, where are we as a kid? You know,
Yeah.
It was like a 45-minute drive, but it felt like forever.
Yeah.
And you know, my mom and boyfriend and her best friend, and that, you know, it was just like an adult party really, but all the kids like had their little play area, and we were all outside and stuff, and then they were kind of off doing things. It was became kind of cliquish. Yeah. And I felt really uncomfortable and not welcome anymore. So they went off and did their thing, these young people. And we're all like 10 to 12 years old. And I just walked outside and I looked up and I just saw these lights in the sky. And I mean, like, I can't even fully remember the formation or anything. But I mean, I was never ignorant to like what our military and things would have until I realized they could have all the things that they could have. But, you know, like I looked up and I was just like, what in the world? And it just felt like I don't know. It just felt like important that I witnessed this, right?
Yeah.
So, but like I said, my memory is foggy. It's terrible. You know, I've taken anti-seizure and migraine medication that has wiped out memory. So I don't want to base anything that I'm thinking about or remembering from that far back as fact or anything. But yeah.
That's the tough part. That's the tough part.
The only other time that I believe this was really a sighting was when it was probably 20 years ago, and we were in North Carolina, kind of foothill area, and we were going towards, we're leaving my house about 4 miles from my house, and I saw what looked like 4 orbs in the sky, and they were like moving independently of each other.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of like, I don't know, like not necessarily a figure 8, but like they were just kind of like working together, and then it was like a formation, you know. And I was pregnant at the time, and I was with my ex-husband, and I was like, oh my God. And he was like, yes, oh my God, what are we seeing here? And I was like, well, that's over there near the new industrial park. So we don't know what all's over there, right? It's just building up, And I was just like, this looks so weird to me. Like, what does this reflect? I'm just thinking something still, maybe something just like some high-powered light shooting up from the ground, like advertising. I don't know what I'm thinking at first.
Right.
But, and we're like, we pull over and we go down the Stark neighborhood and kind of park and just watch. And we watched it. But it's funny because when I ask him about that now, he doesn't remember at all. So that was weird. But it definitely was not, I mean, I don't know. I mean, but it was like moving, like I said, in circular formations, like with each other. And then they came to a formation, like, and just.
So let me ask you this.
So weird.
How long ago was this?
Like 20 years ago.
20? Okay. Now, at that time, like, did you know about MUFON or any of those things? Okay, so you just had a sighting. Okay.
Yeah, like, I don't know. Like, I just never, I've experienced, like, ever since I've been watching SOR and everyone talks about all their experiences with all the different kinds of things. I'm just like, yeah, I had that. I had that. I had that. I had that too. I had that too. And it's just like, I never like blew it up or, it's like these little incidences that you're just kind of like, did that really happen? And, you're kind of struggling with some things. Maybe, are you sure this like, are you sure you can tell anybody about this? But, yeah, I think, a lot of high strangeness occurs in my life.
And that's the next question I was going to ask you. Was this something that you openly talked about with people that you shared?
I mean, no, not really. I mean, now for sure. Like me and my mom and my daughter, we're all on the same page about things. Like, I have another close friend that understands me fully, like on that kind of level and stuff. But no, I don't talk about it a whole lot because they're all going to look at me like,
yeah,
okay, and I'm just like, I told you though. Do you not recall? I told you.
And that's the thing. I mean, you'd be surprised. I looked at a handful of. There was a sighting, historical sighting that happened in the Gulf of Mexico. Happened near an oil rig where there were at least 60 people plus. And only like a couple people reported it was a mass sighting, and it just went to show how many people see something and just never say anything about it. So the data never gets out there. So the sightings we know about are only like a fraction of the ones that are out there, and that's why we need everybody to just come out and talk about your sighting. Put it on the record. That way it can at least be cataloged, especially now. Like 20 years ago, I definitely wasn't thinking of any MUFON. And if I did see anything, I wouldn't have never thought to report it. But at least you, in current day, are in a comfortable place where you can actually talk about it with other people outside of Spaced Out Radio audience, which is a good thing because it's the people out. It's not us that need to really know. It's them out there, the ones who haven't seen anything and don't really understand that this thing is real. Those people need to know that all these other people are seeing these things. Mm-hmm. So that's awesome. Have you had anything related to like paranormal cryptids, anything along those lines?
Oh, yeah. This house that I live in is my childhood home that I'm back in. And this house is from 1910. And we moved in around 1981. My family did. And so we've been here a long time. But I knew from a young child, like there was energy here. And it involved a young, sad girl. Now, looking back, I'm not sure that I wasn't seeing into the future of myself or even my daughter or, whatever. But because we don't know about specters and ghosts and things, we're not real sure what they are.
Right.
We don't know if they're imprints on the timeline that we're in from something else, like an accordion and things. But I just know that, like, I always picked up on that energy from that house from the minute we moved in here around the time I was 6 years old, which was around the time that other weird woo stuff started happening in my life. Like everything was just a big whirlwind around that time. But yeah, we have it's me and my mom and my daughter, and my mom has known about our little visitors, or we have sounds like the walking across the floors when no one's up, upstairs and downstairs. Like when no one's upstairs, you're going to hear it upstairs. And when no one's downstairs, you're going to hear it downstairs. And, just different kinds of things like coming off of a shelf or something and you're like, how did that was weird. And you're just like, where was Hannah? You're looking for the cat, and you're just like trying to discern, like, was that the cat?
Right.
But, yeah, it's just weird stuff happens here, but it's never been anything violent. Nothing's ever attacked our physical being. So we've always been comfortable and fine with it. It's like, it doesn't really spook me anymore. But sometimes, with me, I wonder about attachments because, everybody talks about the Ouija board and stuff. And how if you ever messed with it, then you're going to, when I was 16 years old, me and a bestie, we played with the Ouija board and, I listened to heavy metal, but I didn't worship the devil. I didn't play in dark magic. I didn't know anything about magic, anything like that, And so, but yeah, we, decided we were going to talk to our favorite musicians or celebrities or whatever. And, you get a response and you're just kind of like, no, that I'm not talking to Cliff Burton of Metallica. Are you serious? No, Jimi Hendrix didn't come through at all.
Right.
But I was like, no, this is not Cliff Burton. And I was just so easily manipulated in that mind space, But I'm just looking back and everybody's like, did you close it? Did you say goodbye? And I'm like, no, we didn't say goodbye. But you can't just correlate that kind of thing with saying, oh, well, that's when my young adult depression started.
Right.
Is that where the thing came from? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, yeah.
You may have left the gate unlocked.
But it's not Cliff Burton's fault. It's not his fault.
Man, that's wild. I mean, I told you my story about with the shadow person and the definite steps, literally 5-10 feet above my head, right across my head, clear as day. So there are definitely things. I don't know if you want to call them spirits, ghosts. I don't know what you want to call them, but whatever, they're definitely there. So I'm totally with you on that. I can see that. Yeah, man, I don't know. What do you, it's just, I just can't get over it. It's just every time I hear the voice of a viewer or see the viewer, it's totally different. And so I will never be able to read your messages again without hearing a Southern twang to it.
Hey,
I have to talk like this. This is Lovey Love. Or Dr. Love or Van Gold or Lost Necca or Nessa. What do we have? We have 15 names here, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I heard that.
Hey, yeah.
Oh, it's awesome, man. I really appreciate you coming in, man. This is great. I don't Has anybody ever, have you appeared on anything before?
I see my bedroom shoe back here. I know it looks weird. It's for like muffling the sound.
Oh,
Trust me. Not from any. Oh no.
Oh, that's what it sounded
Yeah,
like.
like just it's weird. It's just I'm a weirdo. Yes, I know it's a bedroom shoe. Just trust. Trust in the process. Trust in the process.
Oh,
No, I
Lord.
actually don't. I don't do this ridiculousness. Where my face and voice can be attached to anything I say.
Well, that's crazy. So so you're saying this is the first time you've shown up on anything or said anything?
Yeah.
I feel honored then. I'm totally honored. And I hear that a lot of people are saying that first time. And I think that needs to be the thing. Like, come out and show yourself. Come out and talk. Come out and speak. And let's have the conversation. Let's have the conversation. So now we will be directing everyone in the SOR chat to this video so they can see love be love. I mean, it's too late. It's too late now. It's too late. You're on too late. Too late. You're here. You can't take it back. So that's so nice, man. That is nice. I feel really privileged to be able to have you on, man. This is
you crack the egg.
Good. I'm doing something right here. I'm doing something right.
Thank you.
No problem. Thank you for coming in. Thank you so much. And I hope somebody follows her lead tonight. Let's do it. LVL in the building.
Wait a minute. Who are you?
Lovey Love. That's who she is. Came up here. Look. Jessica S. says, Lovey Love. Too cute. Possible co-host. I didn't say it. She said it.
Love you guys.
Keep your ears open. Keep your eyes open.
Love that's whole family. The best. You're the best.
Dang. Lovey Love did it for me, man. I am so freaking honored, man. Now, can you make Derek Galloway get online? Can you work on Derek Galloway? This dude just will not show his face.
I can work on him, but don't mean he's going to come. Get in there.
So now that you've been on Lovey Love, you come on anytime. Now you cracked the egg. We broke the ice. So you have something to say, hop right in. Click the link, come right in. I'm bringing you up, and we're going to do it just like that. And if nobody else comes up and you're still in the chat, come back on. All right.
Everybody breathe.
Love, everybody. Love, everybody. Let's give it up for Love. She did it. Yay. How awesome is that, guys? Did you ever think you would see LVL? Did you ever think you would? Let's be honest. She came in, great interview, talked about things that she had been involved with in her past, opened herself up, right? Because this is the when we talk about the stigma and potential ridicule that a lot of people are afraid of from telling their story, coming out and standing up and being heard. This video is going to be out here forever. This video will be here forever for people to watch. And it might be that person that had something similar, had a similar experience to one that she just mentioned here. And that's what it's all about. We talked about it with Drew Banky today on Spaced Out Radio, right? The reason why he does this, the reason why I do this is to hopefully help people be enlightened and really break down that stigma. You know what I mean? Come out and talk about it. When you go to therapy, when you have stuff bottled in, right? Your therapist tells you to let it all out. Excuse me, talk about it. In doing that, you're not only helping yourself, by finally speaking about it in an open way where it's not just your group of friends that get to hear the story. It's open for the world to hear. If this video gets 100,000 views, that means 100,000 people got to hear Lovey Love's story. And same thing with Magneticus and Area 51 and Neil and Susie B and the Debster and who else? Oh no, I'm missing someone. Eugene, I said Eugene, but Eugene. Everybody who stepped up, and Maggie M10, obviously Maggie M10, who has stepped up and had their stories heard, man. This is in perpetuity. You can play this video for any of your friends. You can play this for, it's on record. It's on file. And that's kind of what this is supposed to be. This is supposed to be the social dig. You know what I mean? Where the motto of the show is come join the conversation. You see it in every post. Come join the conversation. It's literal. Like, come join the conversation in the chat, which is great. But come join the conversation, the live conversation. Talk about your story. Neil Warden. Lovey Love is very brave and honest. Lots of respect to her, and she's very beautiful. Right. See what I'm saying? Just coming out telling the story, right? Much respect for that. Much respect. Much respect. I don't have another soundbite for that, but let me see. Let's see what else we got here. Derek Galloway, come on. Is it time? Calling on Derek Galloway. Calling on Derek Galloway. Calling on Derek Galloway. Derek Galloway. Come on, Derek Galloway. This is your soundbite. Come on.
Get to the chopper!
Derek Galloway.
Get to the chopper!
Get to the chopper, Derek Galloway, and hop on this line, man. Let's talk about it. You talk in the chat, man. I see you talking about some good stories, right? Right?
Get to the chopper!
Come on, Derek. Susie B has more stories, experiences. You're more than welcome anytime. The link is pinned at the top. You can definitely come on. You don't have to do camera. I was shocked. Most people haven't done camera, which is fine. But we would love to, hear some stories from people. You guys have heard my stories. I've said them on the show. But Derek, I got your number, Derek. I think I'm going to just call you, dude. I'm going to give you the chance to call in, man. I keep trying to do that. But I actually have your phone number right here, pal. I have your phone number right here. So I literally could call you right at this moment and see if you pick up the line. Maybe we'll do that, right? Maybe this will be the call out show. So instead of waiting for you to call in, we're going to call out. If I got your number, I can call you. Magneticus says, Derek, do it. You can just do audio. Lovely Love says, Derek Galloway, do it. Just get it done. Done and over with. You'll be happy you did it, Derek. You'll be happy you did it. You shared the story. You got it off your chest. Neil Warden says, Derek, don't leave us hanging. Because it's been like 2 or 3 weeks, right? We've been waiting, right? He's like, tomorrow. I promise tomorrow. Yeah, Neil. It does appear I mean, statistics, if we just go by statistics, right? We just have statistics. We have the voice messages, and then we have, you've seen the shows with the call-ins, and I would have to say the only guys that have called in have been Dogman UK, Area 51, Neil. Dogman UK, Area 51, Neil, Magneticus, Eugene. Am I forgetting anyone else? No, I think that's it, right? 5 guys. Then we have the Debster. We had Susie B. We had Amy WC. We had Lovey Love. We had the mystery caller, whoever that was. And I know I'm missing somebody. Yeah. Listen to Deb, Derek. First time is the hardest. But if you talk that talk, you got to walk that walk, Derek. You be on the phone, you be in there in the chat talking about all kind of wild stuff, man. You be out there talking about all kind of wild stuff. And I just need you to step up, bro. Step up. Yeah, I guess Neil, looking back on that, I can only count, like, it's been about 50-50, I guess. It's been 50-50. We had some real brave guys step up and get it done, and some brave ladies as well. But that's a good handful of people. I think the more people that we would have in here, they would step in. Did I say Maggie M10? I said Maggie M10, Amy WC, Lovey Love, the Debster, Susie B, and and the mystery caller. So that's 6. So the women win. Women win. Women win. Okay. I'm going to have to just... Yeah, Magneticus got it done, right? Black Dragon, thanks for coming in. Appreciate you. You just missed Lovey Love, Black Dragon. If you want to rewind the video about 15 minutes. Neil Coley's been sick. Yeah, Coley, she knows she can come in. Coley's been sick, and you know, we had David Scott call in before. We had my guy Rob Martin call in. So I guess that's more guys, right? So maybe the guys win then. I forgot about Rod and Dave. Rod and Dave did call in. They definitely called in. Yeah, lines are open. Dogface. I don't know if I said Dogface. Dogface is in the building. Appreciate you. Yeah. No, you did well, Lovey Love. When you watch it, I always feel, when you watch it back, you'll be like, okay, yeah, I did that. I did that. Ooh. Blocks a cell phone. What does that happen at, Deb? I haven't seen that. Nobody's blocked on this side. Let's see. It ain't gonna happen. Who said it ain't gonna happen? Yeah, I know. I'm gonna have to give up on Deb, man. Thank you, Jessica, for coming through. Have a great night. I know the show be running. We be running late now over here. But for my UK people, it's not even late for them, and my down under people, they just getting the day started. They just in the middle of the day. That's here in America. It's a different story. Yeah, she may be watching tonight. I don't know. I did. I tried to, man. I put him on the spot, but nothing is getting to him, man. I told him I'm going to tell Desiree. And then hopefully she makes him do it, because he does whatever she says. When she says jump, he says how high. And if she says get on that phone, then maybe that'll happen. Without the studio. Yeah, the number, if you call the number, this phone will ring right now, Deb. And we have, ladies and gentlemen, we do have another person coming in here. That's going to be Susie B. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Susie B. Susie B, thanks for joining us here at the Social Dig. The audience loves you. And we're going to just get right into this. How are you today?
Good.
Nice. Well, you got a great welcome. And what are we getting into? What are we getting into tonight?
I had a weird experience while I was a teenager on my bicycle.
Okay.
It was like complete memory loss.
Okay. Let's talk about it.
So when I was younger, I always rode my bike really late at night to get to sleep. So it was kind of like, running the body down to make it tired enough that you could sleep.
Okay.
So I was out on my bike and I was riding. I was actually on my way home. I had been riding for, 3 hours or so. And I was not too far from home, maybe about 15 minutes. And I was riding my bike and the air started to get thick. It got really thick, like almost riding through soup, like a soupy air. It was really weird. Like in the cartoons when you grab a knife and you can cut a donut in the fog kind of thing.
Yes.
It was like that. And so I stopped the bike and I was like, what, this is weird. And then all of a sudden I was like total memory loss. I knew who I was. I just didn't know where I was, what state, where I lived. I didn't know where in the heck I was at. And I was like, so I was heading west. And so I figured, now that I think about it, I know that I was facing west, but at the time I didn't know what direction I was in actually. But I just figured since I was pointed in the direction I was pointed in, I would continue on that direction until maybe something jogged my memory. And so I just kind of stayed calm and just got on the bike and started riding, and nothing looked familiar. And I was just kind of looking around, and I've lived in 3 states, so I wasn't sure what state I was in. And I was thinking, is this state or this state or this state? So I just continued on the path and down the road. And finally, after like an hour, I realized, okay, I figured out what state I was in. I remembered where home was at. And when I did make it home, I opened the gate. I took the bike in. We had a shed in the back, and I opened the shed door without turning on the light because my mother's bedroom was like right there, and it would have shown the light on her bedroom window. So I didn't want to wake her up. And I put the bike in the shed, and it was pitch black, and I just kind of leaned it on whatever was there. And when I turned around in the darkness, there was about four pairs of eyes, glowing green eyes, staring at me. And they were like almond shape, glowing. They were about maybe 5 feet tall, maybe 5'2", just very short. I'm 5'8". So they looked like children's size, and they were just all in the corner, glowing bright green. And I just, in my mind, I thought, I'm going crazy. So I just kind of ignored them, just turned around, shut the door, and then I don't remember anything after that.
Wow. Wow. The memory loss part of this, because I've seen some crazy things that I swore were there too, and I still don't know to this day. But on the memory loss part, have you over the years thought about what it could have been related to? Like, have you come up with any answers on that, or it's just unexplained?
I went to a channeler, and the channeler said that I was taken, but it was by people that I knew, or beings that I knew.
Mm-hmm.
And I actually told them to like put me back and hurry up and leave before they were seen. This is what I was told.
Wow. Would you do like regression or
He,
hypnotism?
no, this was a channeler, and it was just, I haven't done a real deep regression, but I do want to, because there's so many things that has happened. And it all started when I moved to Arizona, which was weird. I used to sit on the roof of the house every night and stargaze.
Yeah.
And that's when all the weird stuff started happening.
Well, yeah, that sounds like prime position to be taken away at some, probably multiple times. Because I swear, let me look, it's right here. And you probably can't see it you can't see that. Well, maybe you can.
I can see.
There's a mark that I have right here, and it's a straight line, the scar. And I've noticed this since I was teenager. And I remember, at that time, obviously, I wasn't that old, so I hadn't been alive that long. So I had remembered every time something had happened, anything that would scar me. And I have never figured out when this happened. It's always puzzled me throughout the years. And back then, I wasn't thinking of anything like abduction or anything like that. I don't have any waking memory of any sort of encounter with any sort of beings, technically, like that. But this one always puzzles me because it's the one mark that I have no explanation for. It's in a straight line, and it just messes with me. So I don't know, man. I don't know. Maybe I'll do a regression. Though I've heard bad things about regressions, right? Some people say not to do regressions. Do you know why that is? I'm not even sure why they say that.
I don't listen to people that say things like that. If you're going to do it, do it. Everybody has different experiences, and I don't take anything to a dark place. So I just, I have done one, but I've done two. The first one was very unsuccessful. The second one was pretty amazing. But don't listen to what people say. It's like people saying that the movie is bad until you go see it.
Yeah, well, perfect. Perfect analogy right there. That works for me. I just, obviously in this field, I just, you hear people, that's always the thing they say, you shouldn't do regression. You don't ever. And it's like, I've never heard the reason why. I've never heard anybody explain why they say that. So, but perfect response.
they also say that it's because there are some things that resurface that may be horrible or even traumatizing, and you may experience this all over again, which I understand. You got to have a strong mind, so you got to be prepared for it.
Yeah.
Is what I can think of.
You rather want the truth anyways, right? You
Right.
should want to know what happened, period, regardless.
Yes.
Yeah, so oh wow, that's deep. Okay, so and as far as the bean situation, so I had and now that I think about it, because I'd done a show about this recently, but this happened way before I did the show. And it was I had been up for like a day and a half and I was tired. Like right now, I work in this studio here, and then I have other things I do in here. So I have TV here, so I can just hang out in here if I want to after the show. Just time flies by, passes by. Now I'm in the next day, and I found myself just having to go do something else, so I don't get a chance to go to sleep. So I go to sleep later in the day, and I found myself in one of those moments, situations where I looked out, and this just messed me up. It messed me up pretty bad. There's a clothes hamper that I have right out there, and it's mesh, so you can kind of see through it if it's empty. So it was sitting there, and I had the door open, and I was watching TV. I don't know what I was watching, but I looked over at it, and it appeared like someone was on the backside of it, like crouched hiding. So I have a kid here, well, a kid that's small enough to be to hide behind there. So I thought it was the child, and I'm saying, hey, quit playing. I go over there, like, because I'm gonna scare him or whatnot. And I get over there, nobody's behind it. No one's behind it. Literally, I think the same day, out in my backyard, there is our neighbor has like a almost like a screen material that goes over our fence line, and you can kind of see over in there stuff over there. But it had appeared that someone was standing, and it's literally from the top of the fence to the top of their structure that they have in the back over the patio in the backyard. It's about probably this much space, and it's netted off.
Mm-hmm.
So I swear I looked over there, and it appeared that someone was standing like right nose to the fence line, looking straight through the thing, looking at in the same way that whatever this was. And it reminded me when I did this show recently about like the black-eyed children.
Oh.
And it kind of blew me away. This is the same house that, if you've ever seen my shadow person picture, this is the same house. So, and then it had me thinking if maybe those things were connected. Maybe the shadow thing that I have the picture of is related directly to whatever it is that I saw. I saw a physical someone or something sitting there. You know what I mean? And that just blew me away. So when you tell that story about the eyes in the dark, that's exactly what set off in my mind is something just like that. So yeah, you got any more good ones for us tonight?
Yeah, there was another one that was very strange, and I think it was it was like a dream, and in the dream state, I was traveling along a road, and I saw a big dome on the side of the road, a silver dome, and it was kind of like it was real shiny, and I was attracted to it. So I walked over to it, and there was a huge crack on the side of it. And I entered the crack and went inside. And inside was...
Hey, guys.
Hey, Tim Mothman.
Good to see y'all.
Inside of this dome was a bunch of pipes running all over the in order, like all throughout this building inside, and there was no rivets. So that's the first thing I noticed, and it was like a corridors of piping, and I went down the hall, and there was.
I'm gonna mute you for a second, Tim. It's reverbing. I'm gonna mute you. Okay, go ahead, Susie.
So I went down the aisle, and at the end of the aisle was a wall with a window, and in front of the window was a man standing there, heavy melanated man, and he was wearing this long purple cloak that had a high collar, like a V collar that went up to his ears. And I smiled at him, and I was getting ready to approach him, and then from the corner of my eye I saw something zip across, and when I took a step closer, this little girl came up to me very fast, just zipped up, and she had huge almond eyes. She had regular human hair, a human body, but her head was semi oblong, like a gray, and she had stringy, dirty blonde hair, and she had very light skin, almost milky. And she grabbed my left arm and she shoved a syringe into it and injected some kind of yellow liquid. And in that instant, my vision went white, completely white, and it felt like my head was in a vice. And after that happened, whenever I did wake up from that, I was like a vegetable, and my mother was hand feeding me. I don't remember ever getting up off the couch for a long time, and I was just like a vegetable for a while. I don't even remember how long. It could have been a week. But my mother, we never told anybody. I never went to the hospital. I never talked about it. But after that, I started waking up with hearing voices. I created a whole language in a diary that wasn't English. It was more like symbols, like Hebrew. And so I started writing in this diary, all in these symbols. And I had a bunch of things going through my head all the time. It almost like I got a huge download.
Yeah. That's
Yeah.
what it sounds like.
Because I had a whole tablet full of like all these silly inventions and things like that. And I just, we couldn't afford that at the time. So I never did anything with any of that. But that was that experience.
That's pretty wild. And you know, the download, I forgot what case was that. It was a popular case. I'm just not thinking of it where he had to download and he wrote down the numbers, and then like 20 years later, it was binary code or something, and it translated into some message. Forgot which one that was, but yeah, did you keep that?
That tablet, I don't know. The diary, yeah, I still have it. I still have the writing.
With the symbols? Oh, okay.
I created an alphabet, is what I did, and it was in a not in any kind of language I've ever seen. It's basically all symbols.
Yeah, Rendlesham Forest, Paramarv got it. That's what it was. It was Rendlesham Forest. I was thinking that's what it was, and that's exactly what it was. Okay, that's nice. So let's go ahead and bring in. We have a couple of good friends joining us, Susie. We have Mothman, who's in here right now. Go ahead and unmute you, sir. How are you today?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Doing good. Nice to meet you, sir. Nice to meet you.
Awesome.
And we also have our guy from the UK, Dogman.
Oh,
UK,
no way.
man.
Hello, Dogman.
Yes.
Awesome.
This is a team here. Wow.
That means all done. Bunch of friends here. That's awesome.
Yeah, so you hear Susie's story. So Susie, man, that's a crazy one. And the thing about the abductions, And here's the, for anybody out there who looks at abductions like, oh, that's just wild, that's just crazy talk. Let's think about that for a minute, because we know these things are in the sky for sure. A lot of people have filmed these, and I've filmed them. We know aerial school and Westall school and other situations, these things have landed and gotten out of the ship. So the next logical step is, and we showed the video, and we may even show it again tonight, with the ET, I'm calling it ET, that walked down that lady's driveway clear as day. So we know they're approaching people's houses and things of that nature. So I always lean into abduction stories. They always fascinate me because we know that they are definitely doing something along those lines. So what do you got for us, Tamat, man? What you got for us? You got a good one
Well,
for us?
speaking of abductions, we know the works of Whitley Strieber, and he's been writing these books for decades now about this. So obviously there's something going on, and it horrified him to be anally raped by extraterrestrials.
Exactly.
So, I mean, it kind of like takes a little bit for someone to say, I was anally raped. I want to come out and say that. But,
Right.
But Whitley did, and he wrote about it. So,
And not only that, but we have to think about, those of us who are old enough to remember that time period in America, right? So the stigma was really high, and making statements like that is just something that people didn't do. You didn't just have people, making claims like that.
yeah, you
So
wouldn't just say something like that publicly.
yeah,
Because,
yeah. So that goes
that would
further.
definitely make a stigma.
Yeah, yeah.
But,
So that goes further.
yeah, so the reason I called was I just wanted to share some of my personal experiences. Um, so back when I was a teenager, I used to play the Ouija board with my friends, and we would have weird things happen, like the doors, knocking on doors, footsteps in the hall, stuff like that. And one time we all moved to a different spot so we could be teenagers on our own. We had the same board, and we kept playing it. We were drinking, of course, like I am right now, obviously. But I had a family trip, family reunion scheduled for Chicago from New Mexico, and the Ouija board kept telling me that the plane was going to crash and I was going to die. So I was like, "This is some malarkey." So what I did was I burnt the Ouija board in my burn barrel, because we lived out in a rural area where you have to burn your trash. You can't like just throw it in a dumpster. You have to actually burn your trash.
Mm-hmm.
And I threw it in there, and then 2 weeks later, I find the Ouija board underneath my couch because I was looking for my lighter that I lost.
Wow.
It was the same Ouija board. It was the same one because it had the same markings on it. So that was my first paranormal experience. I grew up in Alamogordo, New Mexico, so by the Trinity site near Roswell. All this, I never really had sightings there. But when I moved to Southern California, I had sightings like you couldn't believe. I mean, almost every single night.
Mm-hmm.
If I walk outside right now, I could probably see something.
Yeah.
I'm just so used to it. I see things split in half. I see things come in from the outer atmosphere, turn around, and fly straight back up. There's nothing that we have in our arsenal that does things like that.
At all. And we live in a hot spot. We
Yeah.
live in a hot spot, and I'm about 100 so miles from you.
Right.
And it's just it's so many sightings out here. It's crazy. And you know what I figured out and found out, knowing now more people that have psionics cameras, they're just seeing these things at will. And I almost, when I talk to people who say they've never seen anything and they want to see something, I'm convinced at this point that all you need is a psionics camera, because the success rate has been so high with people that I know that own them.
Right. And that just last weekend, I was at the casino here in Cahuilla, which is in the middle of the Anza Borrego Triangle, which they just made a documentary about. The person I was with, we were looking up in the sky, and we were looking at a satellite, what we thought was a satellite, cruising across the sky. I was like, oh, look at that. There's a satellite. Well, it slowed down, and it stopped and just hovered there. Satellites don't do that. And she was wishing for a sighting, too, actually. And I was like, I told her, I was like, well, you just got to ask the universe. If you want a sighting, ask the universe, you might have one. And sure enough, there it was. And some other people were walking by like, what are you guys looking at? We're like, looking at this UFO. And they looked over and they were like, you guys are nuts. So anyways, I thought that was kind of funny.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
But I've seen other things too in the daytime here. I've seen Tic Tacs from a distance, just hovering, and then it shoot off real quick. And I also saw a black craft appear in front of Santa Rosa Mountain, and it cruised across the mountain for about 300 feet. And I thought it was an airplane when I first looked at it. I was like, I've never seen an airplane here before, because I go there all the time. Why is there an airplane here? Because I saw it out of the corner of my eye. I saw it cruising across in front of the mountain, and it simply vanished. It was just gone. The sun was reflecting off the surfaces of it, and all of a sudden it was gone. And it took me like probably about 15 seconds to realize, oh, wow, I just saw a UFO. That was nuts.
Yeah.
So that's some of my stories. That's what I got to share with you.
Yeah, that's bananas, man. Is when you like I said, this activity is so frequent. I had Lou Jimenez on the show before, and like I said earlier, and we had kind of a friendly debate, essentially, back and forth. He spoke about why these things aren't real and why there could be a million other things instead of UFOs. And then I stood on the side of, that sounds good, but when you talk to someone who has had an experience, there is no, you can't convince me that what I saw was not what I saw. So it was a great conversation.
Yeah.
But when you have, those people like him in that case, I asked him during that interview, I said, the preface is he had a sighting when he was a kid, and rightfully he looks at it just like Lovey Love talked about, not depending on a memory from your childhood, because your mind can change details about things that you saw, and maybe you're not so sure.
Yeah, you don't always
adult.
remember correctly.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So I gave him that, and I understand that. So, okay, wipe that one off the table. But what I asked him was, have you ever skywatched before? He says no. I'm like, you're not looking up.
Yeah, I mean,
so if you look up, you might see something.
You might see something. Yeah. Keep your eyes in the skies.
Simple as that.
Yeah,
a lot of the people who say they haven't seen anything aren't looking up. They haven't spent time looking up and even trying to see anything. So that's the frustrating part about that argument, but that kills it every time. Ask them. person who's on the skeptical side said, "Oh, we haven't seen anything." Ask them, when's the last time you looked up? How long did you look up? Do you often do that? Because most people, obviously, we know are looking down at their phones, and that's the world that we live in, unfortunately. But don't complain
Unfortunately,
about
it
not
is.
seeing anything if you're not looking up. I don't want to hear any complaints about how you haven't seen anything. You need the proof, but you won't even look up.
Exactly, Rob. I agree with you completely. You know, it's like even like people like Steve Bissett has said, like, I've never had. He talks about UFOs endlessly, and he says he's never seen one. And I'm like, well, maybe you're too busy talking about them to go outside and look up in the sky. You might see something.
In most cases,
Yeah, I mean, you
no.
can see something if you want to see something. That's
Look,
not a problem.
we can say it like this tomorrow, man. And probably 99.9% of all UFO sightings have been because the person looked up. We could almost say that with 100% certainty that almost every sighting happened because the person that had the sighting looked up.
I would agree with that. I would agree with that assessment,
Right?
Rob.
That's why I say common sense is. I think a lot of this stuff in ufology is can be solved by using common sense. Like, I think when you involve scientists and these top minds and all these things, that's overdoing it. Like, it doesn't take all this, intellectual thought processes to get to where we're trying to go. I think you can figure a lot of this stuff out if you just apply common sense.
Exactly, Rob. You got a good mindset on that. That's for sure. Yeah, it's just simplicity.
Yeah.
Just go outside, look up in the sky, and if it's 3:33 in the morning, that's the best time. Just to let you know.
Man, Dog
That's
Man
when they're
UK,
out there.
you've been quiet. Susie B, you
Yes.
can jump in. We don't mean to talk over you guys. You guys could definitely jump in this conversation.
I'm just listening.
Okay, cool.
Taking it all on.
Hey, dog.
Cool. Yeah, I know Dog Man UK get to talk when he's ready. But you got something, Susie? What do you think about that? What we just talked about?
I haven't seen a whole lot of UFOs. When I was stargazing up on the roof, I saw a lot of things, but I didn't know what satellites were back then. But these things were traveling at a speed that were beyond the speed of a satellite. They don't get from one side of the sky to the other in seconds. So these things were traveling fast, and I didn't know about MUFON or any of that stuff. I kept it all to myself, and I just thought that I was lucky.
Well, we have another person joining our conversation. We want to go ahead and introduce and bring in and give the warm welcome to our guy, Mike, Long Island Bigfoot. Everybody give him a round of applause.
All right, Mike, woo!
The man who just hit 24K recently, doing it really big out there in this community. We want to welcome you, man. We want to welcome you to the show tonight. And you can chime in whenever you're ready.
Yeah, that's all right. I just wanted to pop in and say what's up. My son's sleeping like 20 feet away, so.
Okay. Definitely got to keep it quiet.
But yeah, a lot of legends in the building, and you know how I feel about you, Rob. So keep up the great work, bro.
Yes, sir. Appreciate you.
Yeah, I'm a broken record. I'm on enough, but I just wanted to come on and show some love. But I'm not gonna stay. Yeah, I'm not gonna stay. But I appreciate the warm welcome, bro.
Yeah, and we got to give it up. Yeah, Magneticus asked 24,000 subs? Question mark. Yes. Long Island Bigfoot hit 24,000 subs. Doing it huge over there. We love it.
Awesome.
You know, awesome achievement. 24K magic, and we love it. And I appreciate you coming in, Mike. You always show love all the time, and you know it goes both ways. And we will continue doing it like we do it.
All right, brother. All right, love you, buddy. Be good, man.
Yes, sir. Same. Thanks. Take care, bro. Long Island Bigfoot, ladies and
Right on,
gentlemen.
Mike.
Doing it big, man. Yeah.
It's awesome.
Great friend, too, man. He's a good guy. Really good guy. So, yeah, I'm sorry. You guys could jump back into Susie B was just finishing the story. If you have more, you can definitely continue, Susie.
I have an example of a screen memory that I didn't know what that was until recently. Just watching all the podcasts and things. But when I was little, I saw I had two experiences that could be screen memories because one for sure was not normal. I was in bed and my father was showering in the room next to my bedroom, and I could hear the water running. And so I sat up in my bed because I felt something weird, and at the foot of my bed, this cartoon dwarf. It was literally one of the dwarves from Snow White. It was the happy dwarf, and
That's my favorite.
It was in cartoon form, and it had the big blue eyes, the purple hat, the yellow gown, and it popped up at the foot of my bed, and it just looked at me. It didn't even blink, and it had a permagrin on it. And this was terrifying, and I was screaming, and the sound was not penetrating the room. So I had two sisters, and I have two sisters and a brother. Plus, my mother was asleep, but my father was showering in the room next to me, and nobody heard me screaming. And then memory loss. I don't know what happened after that. And then the second time, this happened again. Another screen memory example where I woke up in bed, and my favorite superhero at the time was the Incredible Hulk.
Yep, mine too.
Yep. And so I sat up in bed, and there again in the room was the Incredible Hulk, full form, with the torn jeans and the green body, but he had his back facing towards me, and he was like staring, facing towards the dresser. And I was excited about that because I was really into the Hulk at the time. And again, I just remember staring at him and then memory loss. So
that sounds like a screen memory to me.
Yeah.
A lot of people talk about owls or even rabbits, like Susan Alloway.
Yes.
Her story talks about rabbits, like jackrabbits, being a screen memory, like jackrabbits that are like 5 feet tall. Like, so how does that work?
I remember that.
Yeah, I mean,
having the dwarf from Snow White at the foot of your bed, that's scary. That's just scary. Just bottom line. That's all I'm saying about that. That's scary. But I'll tell you what happened, and I just thought of this when you said screen memory, is I don't know the terminology for what that actually is, but I'm glad you went through that and explained it to me. My mother currently, right at this moment, she just had surgery, so she's still in the hospital right now. She just had a back, fixed her back, some back surgery. So,
sorry, Rob.
Yeah, thank you. She called me today, right before the show, and she told me we were just talking, and she asked me if I was going on tonight, and I was like, yeah, and then she was like, since she came out of the being under, she's been having what she described something similar as screen memory, but she said she was seeing things like almost in freeze frame, and I just was trying to comprehend what it was that she was, and I'm like, I don't know what she means, and she's like, it's weird, and she thinks it was related to her going under, and I was just like, man, maybe something unlocked for her. She said that she felt like she had this ability, and she was seeing things in like freeze frame, and I'm like, it was just blowing my mind. I'm like, I'm gonna bring that up on the show tonight.
Well,
We actually are talking about consciousness, and I
that's
forgot to bring it
interesting.
up during after hours, but she said that to me right before the show, and she's literally sitting in the bed right now at the hospital in another city. So that was
Wow.
wild. I just want to bring that up because you said freeze screen memory, and that reminded me of what she had said.
Almost like she was seeing faster than time.
Say that again, Susie.
It sounds like she was seeing faster than time.
Yeah, because I was trying to comprehend that. Like, what do you mean seeing freeze frame? And she specifically said she felt like something new, like she had this new ability to do whatever it was she was experiencing. And I always talk about, things, processes you go through that end up unlocking your mind. And we were just talking about that during the show. That's why it would have been perfect. And I've also talked about it before. I think some people are just born that way. And I think some people use tools to unlock their mind and go through sometimes traumatic experiences that end up unlocking their mind. And that's what she was relaying to me, that she felt like her going under, because she's never had surgery in her life. This is her first surgery ever. And the fact that she was put under and that whole experience, and then coming out, and obviously they have her on Oxycontin and all that stuff right now. So she's still kind of loopy a little bit, but she feels like something unlocked in her, and I believe her because I believe that happens to a lot of people.
It does actually. When I was 15 years old, I took my first psychedelic, and it changed everything for me. But it was like I never really did that much again after that. But I did see through my third eye at that one point.
Mm-hmm.
And that's all it took. That's all it took. And I knew all of a sudden, like, whoa, now I kind of have a glimpse into the universe, how it really is. But it really did take, some extra things that you wouldn't normally get in nature. So, yeah, it made it opened my eyes a lot.
Yeah, I think that definitely does.
If you follow me.
Yeah, I think that definitely does. I talked about that earlier. When I was younger, I had, tried some things, mushrooms, you know what I mean, some LSD as a child, obviously, and I think I was unlocked before that though, truthfully, because I'm a creative. I'm like a musician by trade, so. I've always played music by ear and things like that since a young kid. Played saxophone at 10, 11 years old. Played piano at 9. Yeah, just, you know what I mean? Just picking it up.
Yeah.
And even to this day, I think I've showed everybody my guitar. I just picked up the guitar just because I'm teaching myself the guitar, and it's just another step in that process. But I always feel like I've been unlocked from the beginning, but I think, just to your point, I think those tools like the LSDs and the hallucinogenics period, and even going as far as like what Drew was talking about, the ayahuasca and the DMT, I think is really just a stronger form, and probably takes you further into that realm.
Into that realm,
but
yeah.
Once you unlock your mind, though, and you see, and this has been my theory, and this is a theory has not been proven, but I feel like everybody, when we look at geniuses of our time and just genius across the board, Einsteins and then Musk and all these guys, right? I think that it's just that they have either been born with their minds unlocked and they're able to access a part of the brain that most people don't get to access because they can't access that part of the brain. But I think everyone has the potential to be that genius, and it's just really
I do
learning
too.
how to
I
get to that
agree with
part of
that.
your
Yeah.
brain. Hey, it makes sense. It just
Yeah,
makes
it does.
sense.
But there. On the other hand, I mean, maybe on the same hand, actually, you look at people like Amadeus Mozart,
Mm-hmm.
who got downloads of music. He didn't. It just came to him straight, and he wrote it right down.
Mm-hmm.
Every single instrument, a different line for every single, like the clarinet, for the bassoon, for the violin, for the cello, for everything.
Yeah, wrote
And he
every
would just
part out.
write it all down and say, and just present it to the
Yeah.
orchestra and say, "Here, play this."
Musical
And
genius.
then
Yeah,
all of a sudden, there's a
exactly.
masterpiece. He heard it all in his head. And then same with, Einstein. He said, "I don't understand this stuff. It's given to me. It's given to me from a higher place."
Yeah, yeah.
And so there we go.
And I gotta agree. And I'll tell you this, as a musician myself, like I create music all the time. Even now, I put out music to this day. I do it because it's a love that I have, and it just is something. And it always amazes me, even though I'm the one that's creating it, the ability to take something out of the air and translate that into something that's physical, something that is tangible.
Yes.
And it always blows my mind every time I do it. And I've done thousands of different musical things, and it's just every single time it still blows my mind that the exact thing, wherever it was downloaded or brought from, once it got here, it came through here
Through your hands. Yep.
And manifested into a physical, tangible form exactly the way that it was visioned. And that always just blows me away. And that's the part, that's why I always talk about the unlocked, and that's why I'm on that aspect, because I experience that stuff all the time just doing things like that. You know what I mean? And it's like, it just always blows me away every time.
It's not just you, Rob. It's many musicians talk about
Mm-hmm.
this. Hotel California was a download by, I can't think of his name now. Sorry.
Hotel California.
Yeah, so, that was
Eagles.
like something that just came to somebody overnight.
Yeah.
And there you go. There's Hotel Cal. Everyone knows who that is.
Yeah.
Everyone knows
definitely.
what that song is. And there's other musicians that talk about this too. That they just got something from the universe and it streamed through them to their hands, to their instrument. And the next thing you know, you have a masterpiece. Maybe not a masterpiece in other people's eyes, but a masterpiece from your eyes.
Exactly.
You know?
Exactly. And what?
Sorry.
You saying something? Go ahead, dog man.
I was just going to say, does it not worry you, right? We're like a puppet on the strings, right, when it comes to all this knowledge, right? So if you are getting all the good side of it all, right, who's to say all these bad people in the world aren't getting that downloaded to them, right, so they could come and attack us with our newfound knowledge that we can't fight?
Okay. I see where you're going with that.
Okay.
I see where you're going with that. And man, you can't argue that, man. That makes a lot of sense. I imagine they probably do.
That's what worries me.
They probably do.
As if you're the puppets on the strings, who's the puppet masters?
Yeah. That's an excellent question. Because the same place that I'm pulling this stuff out of, and there could be another side to that, and that's where they channel their thought processes through, and that makes a lot of sense. And that it just depends on how you look at things, because a lot of spiritual people, religious people, will call that, you already know, heaven, hell, good, bad, evil, good, evil. So it really is hard to say. I guess it ends up depending on what your belief system is at the end of the day, how you perceive that. But the downloads are real, and yeah, I can definitely see a person just not making conscious thought and something being channeled through them, and then they act on that. I'll tell you the truth, though, man, and I don't really want to say, but like with these, I always think that whenever there's like a mass shooting situation, I always think that. I always think, what made this person do this that day? And it always, looking past politics and political reasons why, sometimes it reminds me, just to give you an analogy, of like in the Matrix, when Agent Smith turns into that person, you know what I mean? Where he takes over that person's body, and then now he's Agent Smith, right? So almost the same sort of thing. Like, are they being down, or accessed to? Because it's so mind blowing, the type of things that they're doing, that it doesn't make rational sense.
It doesn't make sense to anybody. No,
it doesn't make sense for it to be just a thought. Like somebody just thought about doing this today. It seems like it's more of like what Dogman is saying, and I don't know.
Unfortunately, many of those things are planned ahead, and they find it on their social media that they were extremists. And
I know, but that's too easy to call them extremists, right? Who's to say they didn't get possessed, right? They were brainwashed in here. Who's to say all this stuff, right? It's easy to pinpoint and say everybody's evil, right? But if somebody was taken over or forced to do that, right, out their will, right, that's just a human way of expressing it, right? Obviously, it's an evil act, right? But if they've been manipulated into it, right, are they the evil ones, right? Or whoever's pulling the strings, the evil ones that's doing it?
And the reason why I even bring that up,
Dogman.
The only reason why I look at it in that aspect, and Dogman, you pretty much said what I was thinking of. But the reason why is because a lot of those end up being kids, like 18, 17, 18, 19, 20. Usually be kids. And it's just like, I haven't lived long enough to build their own identity, let alone a real, strong thought process in a belief system. You know what I mean? So it always puzzles me, because it always feels like there's something else at hand there, and it's just obviously a theory. But if you think about it in a logical sense, it just doesn't make sense why it happens, and it has to be something out the box that ties into that. Maybe we'll find out one day that it's mind control or some crazy thing like that. It's just the evil channeling that Dogman is talking about.
Yeah, I've never understood it myself.
And because it does senseless. Every time it's senseless.
It's completely senseless.
And it doesn't ever add up to anything at the end of the day. You just always question, why would this person throw their life away? Why would they go and do something like that?
And take everyone else's life away too.
And it makes no logical sense. And the thing is that the download from some evil source makes more sense than thinking about it in a logical sense, in a quote unquote logical sense. So that was just not really wanting to dive down that hole, but I just said that because the point the Dogman made.
What they would say back in the day is like you're possessed by the devil.
Essentially.
Something like that.
A devil or whatever you want to call it, evil spirit, entity, whatever you end up calling, just a evil source of energy that goes into this person, and then that makes this person do this horrible thing that they end up doing at the end of the day. I mean, because if we channel good energy, like Dogman said, it'd be make a lot of sense that bad energy gets channeled too. You know,
that's
I
the
don't know.
problem.
I agree with that.
Well, don't they say we all have a moment of madness in our lives?
Yeah.
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 But there's positive energy out there too, and that's what people should channel. And unfortunately, people aren't raised right these days to where their parents can teach them to channel positive energy like my parents did.
Well, don't you see after you have encounters, right? See after you've had an encounter, right, or you have encounters, right, continuously, right? Don't you realize how much that changes you? Don't you realize how much that changes everything you've been taught all your life, right? All the things that you think you're safe with, right, and you realize you're not. You realize there's stuff out there, right? You can't understand, you can't comprehend, you can't even think properly, right? Everything you've been taught's been taken away from you, ripped at you, right, and put back into you in pieces, and you've got to build the pieces back, right, to get yourself back to being normal after your encounters with everything.
Well, that's true too, Dogman. Everyone has different experiences. But with all those things, you have to learn to accept it in your own way. I mean, if you have something that is astounding that you can't explain, like a UFO sighting, you have to also realize that it's not just you. It's not just you. It happens to other people too. And some people think that they're the only ones that are that think they're alone when it comes to whatever. But we're not alone. We all are human beings. We all have the same experiences. Some of us have extraordinary experiences that we can't explain. And then others have an experience that they can't explain, or a feeling or an emotion that they don't know how to deal with, and they don't have someone to talk to about it. And people just need to reach out to other people. That's why I'm here in SOR.
Yeah.
And on Rob Gee's channel.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you know, there's other people out there who have the same experiences that we do.
Yeah.
And that's why I'm here. That's why I've been here for a while now. And I found a community, and I know that I'm not crazy.
Yeah.
There's other people that know the same, that see the same things I do, you know? And that's just what people got to do. Especially people who are...
And Deb, I want to point this out, Deb from SAC, and this is exactly what I was saying earlier. That's why talking about it is important. And it is. And that's what I think people are seeing that. And you know, like I said, Lovey Love came on camera even, and you know, and that's just another person. Now she's done it. Now it's time for someone else to do that. And then another person to do it, and then another person, and then just all the way down the line, because you know, talking is therapy in some instances, and
it is.
just understanding that you have other people, like you stated, tomorrow, men that think on the same level or have had same sort of experiences, gives some sort of comfort and let you not feel like you're in this minority group, you know, where you're being stigmatized. So that's why I love it.
Yeah.
And I love how this is going, and I love that people are participating, even
I do
if
too.
it's a slow start, you know. But imagine if we had 100 people in there, 200 people, and everybody wanted to share, and that started happening. You know what I mean? And it'll get there. It'll get there. I think people listen in because there ends up being a decent amount of views on these videos. So there's people that are watching that have not listed anything in the chat, and they're just listening. Maybe next time they come in and they join the chat, and then after that, maybe they get enough courage to step up and let their voice be heard. You know what I
Rob,
mean?
you make it very comfortable for us.
Well, I appreciate that.
Yeah.
I tried to. I really appreciate that. You know, but here's the thing, and like I've said to Dog Man and everyone else, I'm in the same boat. I'm just a guy, right? I'm just a guy. You get the real me. There's never, when you see, I'm on Spaced Out Radio, see me over here, there is no show being put on. Technically, there is a show, but it's me being me. And it's just me, like if we met on the street somewhere and, hey, I'm Rob, hey, I'm Tamok Man, nice to meet you. And it'd be the same conversation, away from being on the show. So, and I think that's really what it is. It's like we're just real people having real conversations, and that's how you get it started.
Exactly. And I know that's true with Susie B, and I know that's true with Dogman UK, and that's true with you, Rob. So, I mean, and Lovey Love and everyone else who's been on here so far.
Yeah, Maggie.
We're all honest people, and there's nothing for us to hide. So let's just, let's talk. Let's have this conversation. Let's do it.
And it's a cool feeling too. Yeah, go ahead, Dogman.
You know what worries me about all this field, right? With the UFO, with the cryptids, with the ghosts, with everything, right? What really worries me is the misinformation, right? And the people taking advantage of people that's actually gone through all this, right? And asking for help and getting the wrong advice, right? I see this. This is why I started a channel, right? So I could just share the true facts, right? And come to the truth, right? And I see it everywhere, right? I think that's my gift. I see through it all, right? And I worry about people, right, are getting taken advantage of, right, with money, or getting given other advice when they're vulnerable. Do you know that? And that's what worries me about all this, right? We're not getting the true facts to people. People's hiding stuff. People's not sharing the true facts at all, right? And that's what really concerns me, right? I know this. It's easy to believe anything anybody says, right? But you can also be manipulated and all that.
That's true.
At the same time, too, by the person, right? To keep you coming back, to keep you tuned in, right? So just be aware of it, right? There's lots of BS out there, right? And you need to open your eyes to it, right? Because this is why I do this, right? I'm just a simple guy from Scotland who had encounters, but I just want to show the true reality, right? Of things before all that misinformation, money involved, this, that, and other. No. I do this because I want to help, and I want to help myself at the same time.
Right. And I'm with you, and it seems
I understand that.
And Drew, like I say, we talked to Drew today. This is my first time meeting Drew in person and interviewing him, but I feel like the guy is in that same mindset. He talks the same talk, and borders, and that's the thing. And I think we said this before, but with people all around the world here, really, when you think about it, there's literally probably representatives from all different parts of the globe here tonight. And it just shows that regardless of where you're from, regardless of your country, your nationality, the fact that there's so many borders between us, just the real resonates. There's the term, and I said it before, real recognizes real. And that's exactly, what we end up having is real, just recognizing real and respecting that. And like Dogman said, there are definitely places where people are being led astray, or where they're putting, someone is talking a good talk, and this person is now susceptible to being fed the wrong information, or just being led down a path that's for the benefit of the person that's deceiving or misleading them. You know what I mean? And then you end up, and that's why I'm always glad when I see someone new coming into Spaced Out Radio. That's why I always.
Me too.
And it's not, and that's why I do it. I don't do it because the numbers are growing, or it has nothing to do with that. It's just the fact that another person is in the right place. You know what I mean? Another person found the right place.
Horns up. Yes.
Horns up. Dave Scott, if you're watching, horns up.
Yeah.
And
Oh,
I've
yeah.
always said that, and I resonate with Dave, and that's why why we're friends, and because I found he's that same type of person, and he cares for people, and this is the environment that he's created, and that's the environment that I create on my platform, and I want to connect with other platforms that feel the same way. You got Mike Long Island Bigfoot, same thing.
Yeah.
I met him and we
Good.
talked, and he's a great guy as well. And we need to once we unify this thing, and that's what Drew we talked about on the show earlier. I asked him the point where everyone has been awoken, whatever how you want to say that, and everyone's on the same page. Like, what does that look like? You know what I mean? And it's like, at the very least, we're taking the steps or putting the groundwork down for maybe that to happen down the road at some point. Maybe we see it, maybe we don't. But we're doing the right thing by taking the steps that we're taking and having the interactions that we have. And it's like an example, for other channels or other people to look at and say, dude, that's what and usually, like I said, when they find it and they come experience it, then they're like, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It's like a no-brainer. It's like, yeah.
I brought some people in here, and they're like, "Oh my God! Like, what is this? How
Yeah.
did I not know about this?"
Yeah. No funny business.
Deb brought me here from Jimmy Church's channel, and I was like, "Oh my God! Seriously?" It was life transforming to me to meet all these people
Mm-hmm.
who are like-minded, and I was in a really dark place at that time. So it lifted me up. And I can just say that Spaced Out Radio changed my life forever.
Yeah.
So,
and I love that, man.
It's not just Spaced Out Radio, it's the people that are involved in it.
Yeah. Yeah.
And the people that are involved in it, and the people in the chat, the people who are actually affiliated with Dave. Everybody is just.
And I'm glad you said that.
I couldn't ask for a better community of friends to be around. And on that note, I have to go. So.
And I glad you said that, because a big part of it is the people in the chat, which is why we're doing this thing here right now, because I want to know you guys, right? I want to know you guys. I want to do more than just see you in the chat. Like, I want to know you guys as individually, as people, as persons, people. So when it comes down to like the fan party, that's, to me, the way I look at it, that's about you guys, and that I would be more excited to meet you guys, right? As the individual faces and people and people, you know what I mean? And that's just the love, that I just have for people in general. But it's the group of people that I know are in that chat that I've experienced being in the chat myself and interacting with, and seeing how you guys interact with each other. And it's like, these are good people right here, you know what I mean? And it's like, this is a good group, this is a good bunch. And same thing you said when you came over from Jimmy Church, because I came over from I don't even want to say the guy's channel, man, but I came over from a bad channel, man, where it just was not good, and it was just horrible. And then when I came over to Dave's, I was like, yeah, this is a good place to be. This
Moving
is
and
definitely
grooving,
a good
yeah.
place to be.
Mm-hmm.
It was just totally different. You could
Yeah.
feel it. You could feel it. You know what I mean?
Oh,
like,
yeah.
that's when you know, and you could really feel it. And I felt it over here.
Oh, yeah.
And that's why I've always said, like, man, SOR, this is SOR family. You guys are family
Yeah.
to me.
I know.
Way
Yes.
before I started doing the hosting over here. And it just makes it even more better, because with the hosting part, because now, I get to interact with you guys even more, and that's just, I love it.
I know, I love
it's
it
a beautiful
too.
thing.
Yeah, Susie B walked it right up to me in Vegas. She said, "Hey, aren't you Tim Mothman?" And I was like,
Yeah.
"Wait, aren't you Susie B?"
Exactly,
Like,
right?
yeah. So yeah, there's good things going
That's
on.
huge. That's
Yeah, that's
huge.
That was fun.
That's huge. That's what I'm saying. A lot of those people who haven't seen this and what we do over here, the after call stuff, they would be shocked and amazed to once they do see this, they're gonna be like, "Wow, tomorrow, okay, oh wow, Susie B, oh my God, love that, lovey love, oh my God," and it's, you know what I mean, and I think everybody should get to know each other anyway, man.
We should, yeah. Everybody
if
should.
if we hopefully we get more people from the show over here, that would be great. There's other people I want to see in here too. They haven't shown up yet, but I'm counting on them. And saying that, I know Derek's not in here because I haven't seen a message from him.
I know.
This guy
Where is
just
Derek?
won't do it. He won't show his
Yeah,
face.
what's up with Derek?
Derek,
He's on the swing.
we want to show you love, guy. We want to, you know what I mean? We want to spread this with you and share this with you, man. So I hope one day you come around, man, and you say today.
He said he was going to come on here, Rob. He said he was going to come on here and say hello to me.
Yeah.
Oh, he did say that. But he's been, man, he's my guy, man. Derek's my guy. But, dude, like I said, I have his phone number, so I'm going to call him next time. Next time we have a show, it's going to be a call out show, and I'm calling Derek.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Make
Wait.
sure
Is that Derek?
Oh, there he is right now.
No, this is
Well, on that note, I gotta go for a little bit, so it was good talking to you, Rob.
It was.
Susie B, Dogman, UK man.
Nice to see you,
hold
Tom.
on,
I'll be
Derek.
in the chat.
Man.
I gotta go.
Call from
Derek Galloway.
Right. Not. Hold on, I have to hook you up, Deb. I think that was Deb.
Oh.
Give me 1 second, Deb, because I have to connect you to the system here. I went to the wrong device.
Hi, Susie. It's nice to hear your voice.
Oh, thank
Right.
you. Right?
Okay.
I bet he's fed up with hearing my voice when I rant in my videos about everything.
Your voice is awesome.
It is. Let me call right now. I think this is. We're about to find out. Is it not? Hey, hold on. You're not connected to my system. Hold on. Ooh. Yeah, we gotta get you in here. That's weird. 1 second here.
Off. Bluetooth disconnected. Pairing. Bluetooth connected.
Stupid technology.
Right. When it works, it works. When it doesn't. Okay. Okay, let's try that. All right. Can you hear us? Oh. All right. Let me do this. 1 second. I have to connect it a different way. Uno momento, por favor. Let's see. This should work.
I'm gonna go grab something. I'll be right back.
Yep. All right, go ahead, Deb.
Well, now that you said Deb, you blew my cover. I was going to pretend to be. I was going to pretend to be Derek Galloway, but my voice doesn't go that high.
Yeah. Is that what it is? Okay. Secret's out.
Yeah, just want to pop in and say hi, you guys. Hey, since,
Hi, Deb.
I had kind of a fun. Hi. Can everyone hear me on the panel?
Yeah, I'm here, and looks like my camera went out. I'm here. Dogman is here. We're both on the panel.
Okay, so Tim dropped out.
Yeah.
So I have kind of a fun idea for the panel, but also to involve the chat. Since we're so close to Halloween, I thought it would be fun if we all recalled, and you can kind of, read the comments from chat, if we all recalled as kids our favorite Halloween costume, what year we wore our favorite Halloween costume, and why it was our favorite, or possibly, a favorite Halloween memory, and maybe even a favorite Halloween costume as an adult. And that was the thing I wanted to share really quick.
Yeah, go ahead. Get it started.
Well, as a kid, it was Glinda the Good Witch. As an adult, I decided to do something really off one year, and it was the year where everyone kept talking about, all the doctors kept talking about attention deficit disorder. And it was really big in the news, and people were trying to, become more aware of it. And so I thought it would be funny to wear a costume that confused people. And so I wore all different pieces of different costumes. And they were just kind of staring at me and going, "What are you?" And I said, "Well, I have attention deficit disorder."
That's
so
funny.
I was like a walking joke, and it some people got it, thought it was hilarious. Others were just kind of, they didn't get it.
But
it was
funny.
really fun doing it because I looked absolutely ridiculous, and it was hilarious.
Oh, wow. I have one. I was, as a kid, it was favorite costume. It was a piece together costume, actually. It was, I was big on Freddy Krueger. So I had went to Toys R Us, but this is back when Freddy was big in the 80s, and I bought the Freddy glove from Toys R Us, so I was in heaven with that. But I tried to put together the, on my own, I tried to put together the makeup to look like Freddy, but it didn't work out. So what I ended up doing was I had a Chewbacca mask that I had from Star Wars. So I put on the Chewbacca mask, I put on the Freddy Krueger glove, and then I wore this, I had a brim hat like the one Dave wears, and I wore that on the Chewbacca hat, on the Chewbacca head. Went to school and entered the costume contest and won the contest with my piece together. Yes, crazy. But then as an adult, I bought many costumes, and I just haven't. Usually something comes up on Halloween where I don't get to partake in the parties. But I have a costume, and it's from one of my favorite horror franchises ever. But I can't tell you what it is because it might show up on the show here soon. Yeah,
you're gonna wear it for us. Oh, good.
Yes, I want to tell you, but it's like it's my, and you'll see, it's my favorite horror franchise. But yeah, that's mine. You got one, dog man?
Not really. I was never really into Halloween because we celebrate Bonfire Night in Scotland. So
right. That's right. Yeah, Halloween doesn't translate everywhere. Yeah, that makes sense.
Interesting things in the chat. I can't see the chat because I'm on my phone. I had to turn off.
Let me see.
Anyone?
I think somebody said something about a body bag. Let me see here. Wait a minute.
What, a body bag?
Yes. Let's see. I just saw a body bag in here. Just a sec. Let's see. Pants on. Okay. Blah blah. Squeaky. Okay. Where was that at? I just saw it. Okay. Beautiful, fun dress up to be Glinda. This is what Lovey Love says.
That was mine too. Was Glinda the Good Witch.
And Lovey Love.
Hey, if I'm going to be a witch, I'm going to be a good witch. So there we are.
Has entered the building. Lovey Love, welcome. And we have, Magneticus, around funeral homes, body bags of money in the bank. Mine's was death. I didn't have to dress. Oh, Black Dragon said mine's was death. I didn't have to dress up for it. Okay, yeah, funny and dark at the same time. Got you, Black Dragon. It's all good. That's how Halloween is. And
Yeah, a little bit creative. Well, you were creative, Rob. That's why you won the contest.
yeah,
The more,
yeah.
I think people, I think people appreciate creativity in a costume more than big bucks or trying to showboat or any of that.
It wasn't scary, yeah, and I think, and they kind of like me. I was like one of the popular kids in the school, so so the teachers all knew who I was. So I think that helped too. But I think it was the creativity because, yeah, I just threw some stuff together. It was pretty random. Maggie M10 says, my favorite is this year's Sally from Nightmare Before Christmas. Yeah. That's a good one.
Familiar with that.
Sally Nightmare Before Christmas, the Tim Burton.
Oh yeah, but I'm not familiar. I never watched that movie.
Oh, it's the girl with the mouth just like sewed up or something like that. Yeah, I love that movie. And she said she also dressed up as Raggedy Ann doll too. That was fun. Now that I know about Raggedy Ann, somebody said that was Annabelle, so now that's a little disturbing now, Maggie.
Nope.
Yes.
I don't do dogs.
Yes,
I hate dogs.
Let's see. All the costumes I love require a lot of fabrication, says Love You Love. And and off of that, that's why I want it, and I still want to, but money's funny. I want to go get a professional Hollywood costume, maybe next year.
Me too. I want to get a werewolf one or a half werewolf, half dogman one, but done professionally, so it's so real.
Yes, that's
Scare them
what I
back.
want. That's what I want. And I'm right here. I'm an hour away from where it's at, but they just cost so much. So much. Let's see. Maggie says it's not huge in Australia, but we decorate our driveway. I just bought up a light up cauldron. And let's see. Okay.
I like that serial killer.
Oh, Megan 10 says, in my defense, I hadn't seen The Conjuring or Annabelle when I did it. Yeah, cause I just found out I had a Raggedy Ann and Andy doll. I thought they were cool, but apparently not. Black Dragon says, I used to work on a haunted house or a haunted hayride. I built the props and helped design the content that scared the writers. We had a professional makeup artist. That was amazing. Yeah.
It's so much fun being involved in those things too. I used to do something like that too.
Yeah,
really fun.
That's cool. If you've ever get a chance, they do that at Universal. And I think Derek was talking about it down in Florida. The Hollywood Horror Nights or Halloween Horror Nights. They throw that at Universal Studios Florida and Los Angeles, and any movie that's under Universal that's a horror movie, they have there the people dressed up. I mean, full, real great makeup, like movie quality makeup, and they just run around trying to scare you the whole time. But they had The Walking Dead back when that was popular. That's when I went, and they had a full Walking Dead set with zombies and the whole nine. I mean, if you ever get the chance to do that on Halloween, I would recommend it for sure.
Oh yeah,
that's fun. Well, I used to work. If I have time, real quick,
yeah,
can I tell my haunted workplace story?
Yep, we got all the time in the world. Go ahead.
Well, I'll be brief. I don't want to keep you guys up all the time in the world, but it's getting late. But I used to work a graveyard alone at my job, and part of it was customer service. The people would walk in all night, and I would help them. I was actually the production manager for FedEx at the time, FedEx office. I ran all of the banners and all that stuff and books and things. And so I would mainly do production, but I still had to help people when they came in. And so the retail area would have books and all kinds of things stocked out there. And then we'd have a computer area. And many times when I was all alone in the store, there would be activity. Books would fall off shelves, and they were like leaning back on the shelf, and they'd just fall up onto the floor. and different things would happen. One night I was taking out the trash, and it was a hot summer night. There was no breeze, and the door slammed shut behind me. And so I was basically, I went to go put in my security code to get back into the building. And mind you, I was there, alone. And the code didn't work. And so luckily I had my cell phone on me. And so I called my manager and he goes, "Oh, yeah, they didn't give you the new code." I go, "Oh, no, they didn't." So he gave it to me over the phone. Luckily I was allowed to get back into the store. So the next morning he's like, "Well, what do you mean the door just slammed?" I said, here's the great thing that I love when I have these stories to tell you guys, a day shift, about what happens on graveyard and these things that you think I'm crazy and I'm making up. I said, "See these cameras for surveillance all over the place? See that corner over there? Go in and look at the camera right at this time and look at the footage." And so they said, "Okay, we will." So the next night when I came in, my manager was still there, and the other manager, the swing shift managers, and they go, "Deb, come here, come into our office." And I come in there, I go, "What?" And I go, "Close the door." They go, "Look at this footage." I go, "I know." And they were watching it, and these two guys were scared, out of their minds. They're like, "Oh my God, this shit's real. It's really happening." I go, "I told you." And they go, "Aren't you scared?" I go, "No." I said, "I feel like I have kind of a guardian angel looking over me at all times, so I'm not frightened. And I've never been hurt. I've never been threatened." I said, "The only threat I've ever gotten is from people, psycho people who come in here during the night, and I try to help them. And it's very rare I call cops. I used to have to now and then. But this was in San Jose, in South San Jose, so it was a fairly safe area. But anyway, the ghost, this haunting was prevalent all the time. It was always there. And it made itself known. I would just talk to it. I'm like, "I know you're here. Okay, I see you. I feel you." And it was like just company sometimes. I mean, it just wanted to be acknowledged.
Yeah. San
And
Jose
so,
is a ghost kind of town, too.
yeah, with the mystery house and all that. Yeah, it sure is. So that was kind of my, I mean, I could go on and on about, that experience because there's a lot more detail to it, but I kind of just want to mention it, not go into a big long thing. But yeah, it was definitely haunted. I do remember hearing that the store over on Winchester of Toys R Us was haunted with ghosts too, allegedly. And that's right near the mystery house.
Oh, I have, my aunt lives actually still in the same house in San Jose. We used to go there for Christmas every single year. She stayed off of, I know you're familiar with Tully Road. Stay right off of Tully Road in Center, right over there. And she, this was in the 80s. And do you remember when Cabbage Patch dolls were hot?
Oh, yeah.
When they were killing each other in stores trying to get them. Well, do you remember when they claimed that they were possessed?
I never heard that. Fill me in.
Oh, that was a big thing. I thought that was, well, I was a kid, so maybe I thought it was a big thing. But apparently, I thought that was, and I have to go back and look now in the news, but I thought that was a national thing where people were saying, and obviously I don't know this to be true, but they were saying that the Cabbage Patch Kids' eyes would glow red, and yeah, this was back at the time when they were beating each other up in stores trying to get the dolls. That was a thing that was going around at the time. But now I'm like, well, I'm sure you would have heard of it, and you're like, no. So now I have to look back into it and see maybe that was just in my local little thing. When you're young, the world seems so big.
Yeah, I just, back then I didn't follow that kind of stuff. I was very inundated into my church and
okay.
all that kind of activity. So I didn't really pay attention to the paranormal or anything like that, because if we did, we were told that we were opening the door to Satan and inviting him in. So you don't pay attention to that stuff. That's
so
what we were taught.
they kept that story away from church then, for sure. Yeah, I can see that for sure. Yeah, it was a thing back then. People were really swearing up and down that these things were possessed, and yeah, that was a thing for a while. So pretty wild.
It's interesting. it's kind of interesting that what do you connect, with negative energy and people fighting and being in conflict over purchasing these dolls? Maybe some of that negative energy transferred into the dolls, and the dolls decided, hey, we're going to scare the crap out of these people. Maybe they'll put fighting with each
And
other.
this is before Chucky, okay? This is before Chucky was a thing.
Yeah.
And yeah, these sweet little Cat's Pass dolls, they were demonizing these things. Now I have to find the article because it's a memory for me, and I know it was a thing, but now I have to look up the article, and maybe when I find it, I'll read it and go through it. But yeah, it was a thing at one, and maybe because the Inquirer was big back then, so maybe it was something from the. Maybe I'll find that out when I look into it. That it was in a story in the Inquirer. Most likely, is probably where it was.
Does anyone have a favorite Halloween story that happened to them on Halloween night, or do you have one, Rob?
Nothing scary. Nothing scary. No, nothing scary. I had my son one time, and this is just funny, but my son and it's just locked in my mind because so I'm trick or treating, and I'm walking along sidewalks. I'm allowing him to go up to the door, and he goes up to the door with a group of other kids that were just not his friends, just kids that happened to be going up. And these people at the house had set it up so nice to where they had the scary music playing, they had it all decorated on the porch, all spooky, and then they had a person that was sitting in the bushes, and these are all 5-year-old kids. So they're going up there to the door, going to get the candy. And then as they're getting the candy, the person jumps out, and all of you should have seen them all turn around running top speed. I could just, the look on my son's face is just priceless. And he's obviously an old guy now, but I always remind him of that. My sister we always give him a hard time about that because he was scared to death.
Those are the best houses to go
Hilarious. Yes.
Those are the best. We have one across. We have one on the behind us over on the next street, even now, here in Sacramento, and it's all guys that live in this house. There's 5 guys that live there, and it's a really nice house. And they totally deck it out every year with the graveyard, but they do the chainsaw massacre, right? And so there's a guy out there with a mask, literally running around, and with a real chainsaw, and the kids are all afraid to go up to the door.
Yeah.
And even the adults are like, whoa. But, I mean, it's so detailed and well put together, and they've got the music and the whole bit. That's the main attraction. And then there's another house that I take a video of every year that I'm going to be posting on I'm under Deb from Sac for anyone that follows me on Twitter. Pretty soon I'll be putting up a bunch of videos from this one house that I always take video of and post every year because they still put it up every year. And it's a really, really good one, and it's the Skull House. And it has skeleton everything, skeleton house, all that stuff, and it's really done well. So I'm going to post some of those. But I want to say real quick, and I'm going to go so other people have a chance. But my favorite event Halloween story was one year, and this was when I belonged to my church years ago. They didn't really encourage trick or treating, but we have Halloween parties. So a bunch of the girls got together, and we decided we were going to go to a cemetery. And I don't know, Rob, if you know where Oak Hill Cemetery is, but it's over off Kurtner, and it's right by the fairgrounds.
In San Jose.
Yeah.
Kurtner down by the light rail. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So that was Oak Hill Cemetery. Actually, my grandma and my uncle are both buried there. So I kind of resisted going there, but they go, come on, let's just go. Well, what we didn't know was that, because the gates are open all night, you can go in there and, drive around, walk around. But I said, okay, on one condition, we don't go to the really old area, because it's dangerous back there. It's not well kept and stuff. And so what we didn't know is a bunch of the guys, and this is, we were in our 20s. This was our college and career group. A bunch of the guys had found out that the girls' gang was going to go over there. So when we got there, they were already in the cemetery with masks on, hanging from trees, waiting for us. And they all came out and scared. And we were, you can imagine, screaming, chasing us. We didn't know who they were. I mean, that was the fright of our lives, really. And that was the most memorable one. It was really epic and fun.
That's me. I love scaring children. I don't know. It's so fun that I would totally do exactly what these guys are doing. I would go that extra mile to sit outside when nobody can see me, and then just so I can get a really good scare. I live for that. Actually, I have a long history of scaring children in my family. There's so many of them that are now older that can tell you so many stories of things that I did to them. It is just hilarious. Oh, I get them all. I get them all. The new ones come. The babies get old enough to get scared. Then I scare them, and then just keep the tradition going. I believe in it. It's kids. Sometimes kids need to be scared. You know what I mean? Especially
Yes.
at Halloween. It's like it's something that kind of has to
Absolutely.
happen.
Well, and probably the reason you enjoyed doing it so much is because you enjoyed being scared, and you probably still enjoy being scared, and so it's within you. So that's what makes it so fun.
Yeah,
know?
yeah. My dad, when I was, oh God, I was very young. I don't even remember the exact age, but Nightmare on Elm Street Part One came out, and the trailer was just really scary, and it was coming out in the theaters and the drive-in, and my dad was telling us gonna take us to see it, and I'm like, I don't want to see that at all, and everybody else wanted to see it. And so they were getting ready to go, and I was like crying and stuff. I was like, "No, I'm not going. I don't want to go." And then he said, "Okay, well, we're gonna go, but when Freddie comes to use the bathroom, make sure you let him in to use the bathroom." I was like, "Oh shit! Now I gotta go. Now I gotta go." Yeah, so maybe you might be right, Dev. I think that's probably where it all started. Yeah, that was
Yeah.
trauma. Yeah, so I
Well, this
inflicted on
time
other
of
kids.
year, yeah, well, this time of year too, the veil, they say the veil is thinner, and people start having more experiences, and that is great because it opens up the door for us to talk about what we were saying earlier. It's important to talk about our experiences.
Mm-hmm.
This opens that door with other people who aren't part of our community to just kind of start, kibitzing and talking. All of a sudden, you can bring in UFOs or paranormal or whatever, and say, well, I listen to these stations, and just kind of, let them know that there are things out there and start sharing that way too to expose them.
Yeah,
To
because
our community.
when in making that point, I think and you're totally right, because and this is the argument that I make about showing all the weird stuff to people when you want to bring them in. Like that makes them standoffish. But when they realize that it's other people just like me, you know what I mean? Like I could be friends with this person. Like once they see that, and it's like I could really have a conversation with that person, and then you start talking about the UFOs. Then it's not that big of they're not put off as much because they feel comfortable. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, I totally agree with you, and hopefully that happens. You know what I mean? Like I say, we have lurkers that have listened to the show over the weekend, and maybe they come in, maybe they end up wanting to come for the conversation, and then find themselves talking about UFOs. Who knows?
Yeah, you gotta open the door. Whenever there's opportunity, you need to pursue it and not be shy. And I never believe in imposing my opinion on people ever. I tend to listen more than I express. But if you really listen carefully, then you know the right questions to ask and open the door. So if in my mind, the way you prove that you've really been listening to someone and give them that courtesy, it shows in the questions that you ask afterwards.
Yeah.
So they know that you're really interested. And people love to talk about themselves. And so if you give them that opportunity, and if you just give them that opportunity and you're not, thinking about what you want to say first and you're really listening, then they're going to know that you're internalizing everything they say. You really are interested, and they're going to feel connected to you, and they're going to be more open to share stuff. And then hopefully in turn, they're going to be open to what you have to say.
You are absolutely right, Debster.
That's how you master these conversations. So, Anyway, I'm gonna hang up and let you get on with it because I can't even see the chat room, and for all I know, everyone's gone to bed. But I don't want to. You'd
Or
probably
saying
never
bad
believe.
stuff. Either one, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, you guys will probably never believe this in a million years. I think only Tim knows this, but Tim Offham. But my nickname was a friend of mine is Babbler. Can you imagine someone calling me the Babbler?
Yeah. No, I don't get babbling. Oh no.
For any reason, right?
Yeah.
But I try to when I do talk, I try to make it meaningful. So on that note, love you guys at SOR. Take care. If Dave's listening, God bless everyone, and love you.
Same.
Have a good night,
Thank you.
guys. I'm gonna
Thank
shut
you.
the chat.
All right, have a good night.
Bye-bye. You too.
That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about right there.
Oh yeah.
That's the spirit, right?
Rob, another thing, we should all have a warning, right? See, when you delve into this stuff and you look into this stuff, right, it attracts stuff towards you. Do you know that? People don't realize that the more you dig deep into all this, like UFO stuff, right, cryptid stuff, right, ghost stuff, right, whatever you believe in, right, it attracts stuff towards you. Not just the good stuff, the negative stuff too. So just be aware, right, and make sure you know what you're dealing with before you dive into it, right? Because you could just be a normal person and listen to this, right, and all of a sudden you get an encounter because of it. Just be aware, things are out there. It's real.
No, I always tell this story. Like I had my first sighting. We talked about this about a year ago, and literally, I was part of this other show, and literally, maybe 7 days prior to that, we interviewed the guy who's claims to be a reptilian channeler, and he asked me during that show if I would be open to meeting something, because I hadn't at that point, and I said, yeah, I'll totally be open to doing that. And then 7 days later, I had a UFO sighting, and then a month after that, I had shadow people. So believe me, I totally agree with everything you're saying on that, dog, man. And yeah, that happened.
It worries me, right, that a lot of people think this is cool. It's never had encounters in that, right? Wait till you start getting encounters, right, are unasked for, unwanted, right? You really see another side, right, to what life's all about, right? Your safe little world comes falling down, and you realize you're not safe.
Exactly.
You're not in control. And trust, it's not a very good sighting. Like all these people say, oh, I want to see a ghost, or I want to be possessed, or I want to play with Ouija boards, or I want to have outer body experiences, this, that, and other. Don't play with stuff you don't know.
Yeah. Like the Ouija board, don't play with that. And then here's the other part. Here's what I didn't, and I'll say this, I used to, and more I'm leaning towards maybe, when George Knapp and they talk about the hitchhiker effect with Skinwalker Ranch, I was like, okay, yeah. But then when I had my shadow person sighting, and I'm seeing that these things, I could imagine that shadow person following me to another location. So now hitchhikers don't sound too far off for me. And I think that's a process that everyone ends up going through. Is like you said, you're not asking for a sighting, but then you have it, and then now you understand that it's a real thing. It just peels a layer of the onion back for something else now to be possible. And and that's what I found myself doing. I've always already believed before I had the sighting, but then when I had it, and then I had the shadow person, that just really opened me up to the possibilities of so much more. I don't put anything past anyone nowadays, with the whole dinosaur situation, with them living on this planet at one point, space being infinite, just like I say. Now I don't in my own personal sightings, now I really believe that we don't even understand what's possible. Like, we don't even really understand what's possible.
Well, that's what worries me. That's what worries me, right? As if all these things that we see, right, are happening, what else is there? What else is left? What's worse?
Yeah.
Think about it. If that's meant to be bad, right, and it's not that bad, right, considering, right, what's waiting out there, right, we don't know.
Exactly. And it's just, it could be puck wedgies, which even though that name makes me laugh every time I hear it, it's just a funny name. I'm like, it could potentially exist though. You know what I mean? And whether that's physically living here with us or coming from some other place that we don't understand. You know what I mean? Because if we don't understand, we don't understand. We don't know what we don't know. And so it could literally be as simple as that. Yeah, they come from this other place and they show up sometimes. And that ends up being the actual thing that happens. And so that's what I try to get people to understand. The people who are on the outside, like, if you have an open mind about all of this, if you really open your mind up and think logically about the fact, just the simple fact that we're sitting on a ball floating through space, going thousands of miles per hour around the sun over and over again. We're space traveling currently as we are. Like, if you can wrap your mind around that, wrap your mind around the fact that dinosaurs bigger than most buildings in your downtown area, you know what I mean? And if you could wrap your mind around that, then what else could the potential be there? And there's no one that I feel like on this planet that could ever have the answer to that. So when people get to saying that they know this or they know that's when I stop listening, because I'm like, there's no way that you know what we don't know. You can't know what we don't know. And it's a lot that we don't know.
That's why I do this, Rob G, because I'm fed up with hearing all this misinformation, right? And all this stuff getting put out there and people getting blinded by false information, right? And fake BS crap. I hate it.
Yeah.
It really annoys me because you're putting people's lives at risk. You're putting people's health at risk. You're playing with stuff. You probably, well, who's to say they're not getting manipulated by a bad spirit, right? For instance, or like these so-called psychics, this, that, and that. Who's to say they're not getting manipulated to pretend they're good, but they're really bad motives, right? So get them all doing all the good stuff first, right? Then switch it. Do you know what I mean? Like all these stupid cults and all the rest of it like that, right?
Right. And I'm glad you said that.
Thing. That's the thing about it all, right? Is I think my superpower is seeing through all that crap. Do you know what? I'm not scared I'm not scared to turn around and say it's a load of crap, right? I'm not scared to call out. People don't like you asking questions. I'll ask questions because the only way you understand, right, even if you think you know the answer, right, is question it, because everything you know might be wrong.
Exactly, dude. That is my superpower too. I mean, I've been told that, like, I have a BS detector, and here's the thing. And this is truthfully what ends up dividing the community. This is really a touchy subject for some people right here, what I'm about to say. I'm now on the experiential side, but I felt this way even before I had an experience. There is a subset of this community, and I hate to say this because hopefully none of those type of people are listening, but there is a subset of this community that are really just full of BS, dude. Just period. Never had an experience. Yes. Never had an experience, are just lying. That's what that's the part of the community that I wish there was just an easy, I mean, besides having a BS detector, which works, you know what I mean? But besides that, it's hard to separate those from people who have actual, because if you haven't had an actual sighting or this particular type of experience, then it would be hard if you had a person that's lying in front of you and a person that had the same thing but an actual experience to tell the difference between the two. But someone who had a experience like that may be able to say, oh, well, yeah, that actually is the type of thing that happens. Oh, yeah, that person doesn't know what they're talking about. Now, when you have that, then you can kind of weed through that. But unfortunately, it's not the case. Some of these are unique experiences. And unfortunately, some of the people that are just full of BS get past the meter of most people and they're in the community. Not saying they're in our community and Spaced Out Radio, but they are in amongst the actual experiencers. And I think sometimes the people who are full of BS end up getting the stage to be able to talk about something that never actually happened to them. And that's where I'm like, because I'm a realist and I respect people for being real with me. So when you're full of BS, I don't respect that at all. You know what I mean? I don't
Well
respect
said,
that.
Rob G. Well said, right? They're up their own arse, know-it-alls, right? Yeah, know nothing, right? And they need to be called out, right? And people need to open their eyes up to it, right? As you get manipulated in ways that you couldn't even imagine, right? And well, that's what worries me. That's why anything I show, anything I say, I'm not going to tell you no lies. I'm going to show you the true facts, right? I'm not going to hide nothing, right? Because I can't do it, right? It's not in me to do it, right? Because there would be no point in me doing all this, right? And starting all this when I've never done nothing like this before. Remember, I've never researched none of this. Before the last 5 months, I've never researched it. I've never done nothing. I know about things, obviously, as you do. You watch programs, you watch this and all the rest of it like that. I would have laughed at, see, everybody, I would have laughed at you about 6 months ago. But I never went through all this. I would have thought, nah, this isn't real. Nah, they're just making it up and all the rest of it. But see now, my mind's total changed, right? But there's too much manipulation, right? For views, for money, right? For to get a narrative across, right? It's total shit. Total crap, right? And the problem is with it, right, is they might sit in their asses, right? They're not always right on their chairs and sit and say, oh, I've got this story, I've got that story, right? We could all get AI, right, and get AI to write us stories. We could all sit there and make up fake stories, right?
Right.
See, I hate that word story, right? Because that story is a fiction. To me, story's fiction and fairy tale and everything, right? When you've had encounters, you've dealt with this stuff, right? It's more than a story, right? It has more meaning. It has more depth to it, right? There's so much more involved than just a stupid story. Do you know that? And people need to open their eyes up to it, right? As watch who you're dealing with, watch who you're going into, watch who you're supporting, right? Because they're not supporting you back.
Exactly.
They're supporting their own needs, right? For their own gain, right? And
exactly.
Open your eyes. I've been blocked for so many channels just for asking questions, right? I don't understand, right? Why? What? Because I asked the right questions, right? Because people's far up their own arses kissing your ass going.
Exactly. And not questioning you at all, which you should be. And in this, unfortunately, the field that we're in, unfortunately, because the experiences are really things we almost can't even comprehend in a lot of cases, then it allows the people who are just making things up to blend right in because they've heard a story from an experiencer and they just copied that story, added some extra their own spin to it, and then now they're trying to blend into the crowd or the conversation. And I just hate that. You know what I mean? That's the only thing I don't like about being in this community is because it's so easy for a perpetrator to do exactly that and perpetrate, and they can live their whole life perpetrating that they had something going on. But you know, usually, and that I think that's usually what happens is what ends up happening is their goal is to become a grifter at some point down the line. So they make up this story and they try to sell it and they try to promote it and promote it here and there. And that's why I'm always wary of those type of people, because it's like, yeah, you should speak out about your experience, but you're selling your experience. You know what I mean? It's like you're not really, you can tell that you're not sharing it for the right reasons. Like there's more to your story. And then truthfully, if you give them a good line of questioning, in a lot of cases, they get caught up in their own story. And then that's when you get blocked. So that's what you experience.
Well, here, I've been blocked with quite a big load of channels, right? Big in this field, right? Because I asked the right questions. I'm not asking them to get mollycoddle questions. No way in hell. I'm not like everybody else. Yeah.
Right.
I've got a voice. I'll use it, right? I think for myself, I won't be brainwashed with anybody, right? No way in hell, right? And when you ask them the hard questions, you ask them the true fact questions, right? You notice that the time you right, or you're hating on me, or this, that, and other, then they block you and everything. Why? Because you asked a simple question, right? It's a real fact, right? Because if you've had an encounter, you've seen actual things in that, right? You know a lot more than what you ever give out, right? What you could ever express through your words, right? And your meanings and your messages and that. You know a lot more, right? And what you ever give away, right? And they never ever, like, all the ones that are telling the truth, you can always notice, right? They're so humble, right? They're so in tune with our channels, with our, I should say, the people in their chats and all that, right? And see the ones that are all making it up, right? Or using it for money, or using it for some sort of fame or whatever, right? You notice, right? They're detached. They're detached. You can just tell.
Yeah, that makes total sense. I could see that. I could definitely see that. And that those are the tools that we need, because they have to be weeded out. They gotta be weeded out of here, man. Because there are, you know, off my experience, I know this stuff is real. Like, this stuff is for sure real. It's for surely going on. Things are for surely happening. I believe those kids at Ariel School. I believe every word they said. I believe they saw what they said they saw. The evidence is too much evidence is there to back that up. So we know weird stuff is definitely happening. We know these things are here, and it's just, man, we have to find out a way to separate from the grifters, man, because they give us a bad name. They give us all a bad name. You know what I mean?
Do you know what worries me, Rob? What worries me is people's been not indoctrinated, right, for years now, right? Now, I'm new to this field, as you all know, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm total new, right? And what do you call it? What worries me is a bit of all, right? I'm thinking out of the box. I've never researched none of this, right, up until recently, right? So I don't know nothing, right? I always say I don't know nothing. What worries me is people's been not indoctrinated into it, right? How are they going to stop, right? When they've invested all their time, their hours, right? Their money, their emotions into it all, right? How are people ever going to wake up and see, right, what's really going on, right? Because they've invested so long in it. They've got their grips into them. And that worries me. Because in real life, it wouldn't happen. Trust me, if I seen anything like that in real life, it would be stopped quicker than you went boom.
I'll tell you, this is why I don't make it. So I will call BS if I see it, but I don't make it my thing to hunt them out. Now, if I come across it, then because I'm a real person, I'm a realist, I can't be anything but real. So I'm not going to go look for them, though, because I look to people like, and I said his name earlier in like Lou Jimenez, who is already doing that job. So I just applaud the ones that make it their job to call out the grifters. And I have no problem with it. There's some people that he's called out that I really don't have a problem with them calling out, because he's absolutely right on some of them. You know what I mean? And the only way that they're going to, those people that you're talking about that are indoctrinated are going to ever be aware, is people like that will call those people out, because they have to be, unfortunately. I don't care how nice of a person or how whatever this person is. I mean, if you're perpetrating a fraud and you're misleading people, then I can't be down with that at all. So
no way.
I have
but
no
you see
problem.
What's going on?
Do
you see what's going on in the community right now, Rob?
Yeah.
People's now, they're starting to race bait, religious bait, right? They're starting to do all this sort of stuff, right?
Yeah.
To get away with hating on others, right? And being vile, victimizing, attacking channel. They try to do it to me, but I've told them straight, I don't care. Bring it on. I couldn't care. But what they're doing to people, they're destroying people. They're tracking people down. They're going after their families. They're just totally attacking people for telling the truth, because you make up all your bullshit lies, right? Then you get found out about it, right? And the people that's actually got stuff, there are loads of people what I don't understand is, right, is how YouTube's allowing it to happen, right? We've got laws in their countries, right? We've got certain laws here in the UK. Then they're all like, if you question them or say anything about them, I'm going to sue you for using for using my name. I'm going to sue you for saying this about me. Fucking bring it on. Yeah.
Right.
Waste your money, right? You can't do it in the UK, just so you know.
Or to send your followers after you. And,
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
I had that a couple of weeks ago because I seen through a load of bull crap, right? And I wasn't picking up with the bullying and all the rest of it. So I stood up for somebody, right? And I got attacked and all the rest of it, and they think that really bothers me.
Yeah. That's the tool that ends up getting used for some people. Is too much and they give up. But that's why I don't make it a thing. That's why I don't make it my job to do it. However, like I say, if I come across a grifter and it's obvious grifting and it's right here in front of me, then I can't help but say something about it. It's just me. I can't help it. I have to say something about it, or you will be able to tell that I think this person is full of shit, period. And that's just that's just what it is. But
don't you think, Rob? Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
Don't you think, as a truth seeker, as a truth giver, right, you've got a responsibility of the truth seekers, right?
Yeah.
You have got a responsibility. You sharing all this stuff, right? You've got a responsibility to share the right information, right? Because that information is going to people, right? It's seeking the truth, right? That can mess you up. That can affect you in loads of certain ways, right? And as a human being, right, just as a normal person, right, you're meant to be kind to people, all the rest of it and that, right? But the people out there that's got evil motives for their own gain and all the rest of it like that, right? People forget all this.
Black Dragon says something great. Grifters need confirmation of others. Experiencers have their own experience to confirm what they went through. And there needs to be a book written, you know, on how on the things to tip a person off, just for the average person, so they can navigate through this, because not everybody has a BS detector that's as strong as yours or mine's. I mean, because you know, they just don't, and that's why there needs to be some guidelines or something like what Black Dragon stated here that would help a person who may not have that BS detector be able to point it out and understand.
Have you ever wondered?
BS.
Have you ever wondered, right? Like all these psychics, right, and remote viewers and everything. I keep saying to them, "Date to me. Come on, then, prove it. Date to me. I'll put my phone away, right? I'll go in the woods somewhere for a week, right? I'll take time off work, right? I'll go in the woods somewhere, right, for a week. If it no technology or nothing, come try find me."
Yeah, exactly.
It ain't never going to happen. Nobody's ever going to find me, and that's the problem, right? As I'm not saying 99% is bullshit. I'm not saying that 1%, right? If people do really have gifts and all the rest of it, right? I'm not a know-it-all, you know what I mean, right? But this 99% needs to be stopped, right? And the true facts that need to come out, right? Because a lot of people's using all these big headlines that are in the news, right, about certain people that's gone missing, right? Or I could find, for instance, like somebody a couple of weeks ago, right?
Right.
I know where Madeleine McCann is, right? Right? So why is she not home then? Why is she not buried with her family and all the rest of it? If they know all this, right, why are they saying all this crap? Because it's headlines to keep their channels going or to keep their businesses going or whatever they're doing, right? To get the views in, to get people to buy the bullshit information, right? All that stuff needs to be stopped, because there are real people, real families out there, real people that's suffering this, right? People going missing. I hate it. I despise it. I mean, it's evil. That's evil in itself. That's an evil act.
I'll tell you, one of, and just for anybody out there that may not have just a natural BS detector, I'll just give you one that I think is an easy one. If the person claims to know more than everybody else about a particular, anything related to the phenomena, if you run across a person that claims to know, and that person is a person you need to be moving away from. That's a person that you probably shouldn't fraternize with, because that person is obviously full of BS. No one knows. So no one. There's not a person living on this planet unless they met with the ETs and had a conversation, sat down and got the whole 411 on what's going on, the whole thing, then they don't know. No one knows. So, and there's a lot of people out there that just claim to know, and then there's people that will buy into that and like, wow, okay, you know all this stuff. Just like you said with the psychics, and just there's some psychics, because obviously I believe that's an ability that maybe we can have with our consciousness once you unlock your mind. But then there's obvious Miss Cleos out there who are literal, scam artists. And, when you call them out on the spot, like, hey, tell me what I'm doing right now, or something along those lines.
Yeah.
Now, there will be some people that'll shock the shit out you because they have the ability and they will definitely ring true on what it is they're saying. But then obviously it's very easy to call out the ones that don't know what they're talking about.
It's easy. If you go and ask any magician, a proper magician will tell you all the tricks that they use. A magician uses them all the time, right?
Yeah.
So that's the psychological part, right? If you're buying into this, you believe this, right? You believe everything. You're easily to be misled. You're easy to be taken up the garden path, right? But see, when you're an outsider like us, I question stuff and see stuff for what they are, right?
Right.
They don't like it, right? Because you can bring that whole veil right down on them and they hate it, right? That's why they get rid of you. That's why they block you. That's why they ignore you. That's why they say, you're hating on me. You're doing this. Where's hate coming to you? Asking a question.
Exactly. Yeah.
And the only way you understand something is to question it, right? The only way, if you are smart, right, or you're true to yourself, right, the only way you understand someone is question it and question it and question it, right, or you'll never understand that question.
Exactly. These people are taking advantage of a real thing that's really affecting people, and it's like I said, we just have to weed them out. And that's why I say a lot of the people who call out grifters are usually on the skeptic side. And that's why I'm okay with skeptics doing their skeptic job. I'm okay with that, because either they're going to prove that they know nothing about what they're talking about when they're trying to evaluate someone's sighting, or they're going to point out some pretty valid points that make sense. And if you're open-minded, then it should be welcome information to get from a skeptic. But, that's why we have to work together with skeptics in order to navigate through this, because they are the ones that are mainly the ones that call out the grifters or search and hunt out the grifters. And it's great that they do that. It's great that they point them out for everyone to see.
But Rob, you have to be careful with them too, because they've got a motive, right? They've got a financial motive at the back of it too. So just remember that too, right? Then motives in it all for some people, right?
Yeah. Well,
so
I mean, the money
it could be a
part
real
goes
one,
on both sides.
Well, that's the problem, right? So who do you believe? Go to the source. Go to the source. Go to the person, right, and make your own mind up, right? Listen to other people. But if you want to really understand something, go to the actual person, right? Because otherwise, you're going to have it for both sides. I know everything. You know nothing. Blah, 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 blah,
Like
blah.
If someone is putting this person on that person to make them out to be a grifter, right? No, that's totally valid.
See,
Yeah, I mean,
the two sides of a coin. The two sides of a coin. Be in the middle of the coin.
Yeah. That makes total sense. I mean, it does. It makes total sense. Now, but that's the thing. Like I say, I don't know that I would spend my time looking for them, but I would definitely confront the situation if it was in front of me. Like, I couldn't allow it to be in front of me in the same breathing space as me without confronting it and saying something about it. So that's when I would definitely deal with it directly. But if I have no clue, or I'm not paying attention to this group of people, but someone else is, and that's their main thing to sort out and find those type of people, then I would, and obviously their intentions have to be, and when it comes down to intentions, is just more of what we talked about, because the same way that we're sitting here and we're like-minded people, all of us, are on the same level as far as humanity goes. There's people on the skeptic side that we would have that same connection with. Someone who's a skeptic on the skeptic side, but when you meet them, you could sit down and have a conversation with them. You know what I mean? It has nothing to do with them being a skeptic. You just see them as a real person, but they happen to have a skeptical view. Now, those are the people that I would entrust in taking and handling something like that, because they're realists as well, but they're realists on the skeptical side of the argument. And they're doing the same thing we're doing on this side, but they're just doing it from a skeptical standpoint. So, and I know a couple of those people who are literally not doing it for money, or literally just real individuals who don't like BS, and they happen to be on the skeptical side, and when they're seeing it, they're calling it out. And it's just, and they end up being right, because when they call it out, you look at the person that they're calling out and you're like, oh yeah, that's definitely a grifter. Oh yeah, definitely, no doubt that's a grifter. And so, yeah, the big name grifters, we got to get those guys out of here, because those people that are indoctrinated, like you said, once you cut off the head, kills the body. And that's how you free them and allow them to come to places like Spaced Out Radio, places where you can have an open mind and deal with like-minded people. Not a cult mentality at all. It's a family situation, and there's a difference there, because I can show you a cult. I can show you a cult within ufology, and it's nothing like what we do over at Spaced Out Radio. Not even close. You know what I mean? But that's how from the people from the outside who look in, they label us all the same. So we're all a cult. Your whole ufology is just a cult. Like, no, there's definitely cult people up in here, that's for sure, but they're with the grifters over here, the people who claim to know everything, and they are a problem, and we want to get rid of them just as much as you guys don't like them as well. You know what I mean?
Rob, yeah, I would love to sit right with all the know-alls, right. I love them. They always sit with me, right, in a panel like this, right, because I've had encounters. I know things, right.
Mm-hmm.
And unless you've had an encounter, right, you don't know things. You might listen to what people say, right, but you know actual things, right? I'd love to sit with them all, right, and sit and have a nice conversation and ask them all the hard questions live, right, in front of everybody, right? And let's see how good they really are, right?
Oh, they'll never
Open challenge, I'll debate anybody, right, because I've nothing to hide. Open challenge, right, for all you haters and for all you know-alls and all the rest of it, right? Yeah. I'll do that happily. I'll give my time to that, right?
Exactly. I would do that too. I would do that too, and I would definitely make them look silly. I mean, as far as because without saying you're a liar, without just calling them, I would make them obviously seem like exactly what they're doing here. Yeah. So I agree with you, but but the thing is those people already know not to allow themselves to be in a tough situation like that. So they protect themselves.
The problem. That's the problem with it all, right? As I've nothing to gain with this, right? I'm doing this to help people and help myself, right, and get to the truth, right? Yeah. So what have I got to lose? They've got everything to lose, right? Because all the bullshit has been taught for all the years and all the rest of it, right?
Oh yeah.
And they just don't like it.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Sorry for swearing. Sorry for swearing on your channel, but I'm passionate. I'm passionate about getting to the truth.
Is this? I mean, this being as big of a problem as it is, and something I really despise. I mean, I literally despise it. I literally do. I just don't. Here's what I don't like. I don't like liars. Period.
Oh yeah.
I just don't like liars. I don't like them. You know what I mean? I would never, and this is me talking to anyone listening, I would never lie to you. Ever. There would never be a day. It takes too much energy to lie, first of all, and I'm just not that person. I'd rather just tell you the truth. You know what I mean? And that's just the whole dynamic of the situation. But I know I've met in my life pathological liars that just lie just because. You know what I mean? And have no integrity about themselves, and just that's how they carry themselves. And unfortunately, I just don't like those. I just don't like them. You could be a nice guy all you want, but if you're dishonest, and I lose all respect for you. You know what I mean? And it's just, I just can't do it. I can't deal with it, man. And so yeah, when that happens, and but like I said, those people, that's why I like them to be called out. Shame them, and make them, put the spotlight on them, because a lot of their followers may be in a trance and may not see without outside. Because what usually, and I've done research on this, and I did a show on it too, but one of the traits of a cult leader is to separate you from the outside, like insulate you with inside of their organization, so that you don't get to hear the voices on the outside, and all you get to hear is from that person and whatever that person says. And that's how they get you, and they get you in that trance. But once you have the spotlight shine, and then and you hear the voices from the outside, and you hear enough of them, then it breaks you out of that. And that's just really all we could hope to do. That's really all we could hope to do. And it's really just shining light on the grifters, shaming the grifters. And like I said, I know people right now that are actually doing that are literally calling out the grifters on a stage and saying that person's a grifter, and was saying it over and over again in different situations. That person's a grifter, and that needs to continue to happen.
But see, that's where it takes everybody to come together and work together, right, and support each other, right? You can't just do it as one person, right? It needs everybody to support each other, or it just gets forgotten about, right? And this is why I'm glad I met all you guys, right, and everybody else I support, right? I've unfollowed quite a lot of people recently, right, for the way they treat people, right? Yeah, right. I don't care if people like me or not, right? But I'm not going to sit there and listen to bullshit, right? Fake advice and this, that, and other, right? And see them hating on people and putting people down and race baiting. No way in hell.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
No way in hell I'm going to sit back and watch all that, because I'm not going to be a part of that. I'm not a yes man. I'm not a no man. I'm a me man, right? I think for myself.
Exactly. Exactly. And I'm not out to put hatred out into the community. So even though these people should be called all sorts of names and ridiculed and pointed out, I'm not about putting that energy out there, but I will let you know what I think about it. I'll let you know. You know what I mean? I'll let you know this is BS, straight up. If you ask my opinion on whatever it might be, I'm going to tell you that's BS. That person is full of it. So,
well, if you never wondered, every time you ask these people for proof, they can never provide proof, right? And I've always you know what? I've always wondered why, right? I can't understand that, right? A simple thing, right? If they could do all these abilities, do all this, see all this stuff, right? And they can't provide one shred of evidence.
Not a shred?
Right? Not even a shred of evidence, right?
Yeah, not even
does that not make you think? Does that not make you think, wait a minute here, right? What the hell? Look at me. I'm only into this. I've gone on 5 months been into this, right? And look at all the stuff I've got in 5 months, right? Before even looking. I haven't even started looking yet, right? That's the thing, right? Does it not make you wonder, right? If I'm getting all this stuff, right, just sitting at my back door, right, just walking to the local shop, right, just going in my local area within a mile, right, and I'm getting all this stuff, and they've been doing it for years, right, they're so-called experts, and they can't even provide one shred of evidence. Does that not make you think? Do you not smell something?
And for anyone listening, this is coming from people who have had experiences, who are on the side of ufology. And this is the conversation that has to happen more, but people are scared to have it. People are scared to have this conversation in ufology and say, call out a grifter, because maybe it's somebody that's a friend of a friend, or maybe it's just somebody that, you know what I mean? And it ends up being like that, with the reason why some people don't want to get involved. But it's like, it's something that has to happen because it's not right. It's not right to do, whether it's in this ufology or anywhere in life. Like, if you have a person that's taking advantage of a group of other people, it is not a right thing to do, regardless of what it has to deal with.
Speak up, say something about it, right? Don't allow it to happen, because you're just as bad as him if you're allowing it to happen.
Yeah.
Do you know?
Yeah. And like you said, I mean, that's why the motto needs to be bring proof. Like, you got proof, bring the proof.
Well,
I would
if
like
you're
to
not
see some
noticed,
proof
Rob,
if you have it.
you not noticed, I'm just gone on 5 months. My channel's not even 5 months old, right?
Exactly.
And for the start, I started sharing my experiences, and when I started getting proof, I put it up right away. Put all the bullshit, right? I didn't know what I'm doing. I'm making this stuff up. I've not even got a clue. I'm just a normal Scotsman that does everyday life.
At the end of the day, like you said, I can provide you, like, I already know what my things were that I saw because they disappeared. So if they didn't disappear, so if I provide you with countless amounts of evidence and you look it over and, you know, determine that it's XYZ, okay, it's XYZ, but guess what? I brought you proof. I brought you proof. What I had that was proof, and I brought it and put it on the table. So now do with it what you will. And yeah, people are going to have to start bringing proof, man. People are going to start bringing proof to the table, because that's the thing that's going to move. I mean, some people just don't have proof, and I get that. And I can understand if you had one sighting or two sightings and you just couldn't get to your camera. But if you've had 50 sightings, then I would hope one of those times you got the camera.
Well, that's the thing. That's the thing about this, Rob, right? All these people that said they've had all these things for years, right? And they've not even got one bit of evidence, right? And yet a little old person like me doesn't even know what to do, but he gets his camera out, right, and films it or takes pictures of it, right? And I've never had nothing to do with this. And I've got the savvy, because I knew I would get ridiculed if I never had proof. Do you honestly think I would come and do this, right? Having proof of mass to go along with my encounters, you think I would put myself out there to get all the ridicule and all the rest of it through?
Look, that's why it goes back to what I said before, dog man. In ufology, it's a common sense approach. Common sense says you only had a couple sightings. Chances are you may not have had a camera for those times. But if you've had 100 sightings and you don't have at least a snapshot of something leaving or a blur or something, then common sense would probably say that
shit.
Exactly. With that, dog man, we're gonna go ahead and wrap this thing up, man, and we're gonna do this again tomorrow. We'll continue the conversation. I'll post the show, and we'll do this after hours again, and we'll promote it in the chat, and we'll get it going on. Amy WC, you got here just as we's wrapping it up, but you should go back and watch, because it was a great show, and it was actually some faces and voices that you probably haven't heard. And just some great conversation. Me and Dog Man ended it on a high note here. And we're just going to continue it tomorrow, because truthfully, I could talk about what we're talking about now all the time, every day, because it needs to be talked about like that. It needs to be out there in the community. People need to understand that we can't allow the grifting to actually, the grifters to hide in our ranks. You know what I mean?
Rob, what you should do in a couple of weeks, right? Set up a day you want to talk about. I'll come in and talk about it. Right?
Let's do it.
After all this Halloween stuff's out the way, right? And people are back to normal, right? And getting back in, right? Set up, right? I'll come on, right? I'll speak for hours. Cost me nothing. If it helps, it helps. Right?
Well,
set up a show, right? and see who comes out the woodwork, right? Because a lot of people isn't going to like it, right? But like you say, the truth needs to be told, right? And they need to be exposed.
You know why? Because
You can't handle the truth.
they can't handle the truth. They can't handle the truth. So I'm going to part with you guys. Dogman, we're definitely doing that. There's no doubt. And we'll pick up topics. So between now and tomorrow, let's get some great topics, and we'll go over those topics during the call-in tomorrow. You know, it's just conversation, and we'll just continue to get this thing going. Dog man, thanks for coming in. Always a great conversation with you, man, all the time.
You're welcome. You're welcome, and thank you, chat. I love you all, and I love you, Rob G, and I love everybody in the community supporting each other. And to all you haters, bye.
Yeah, exactly. That's Dogman UK, guys. All right, Dogman.
I'll let you finish. Bye, Rob.
All right. Okay. So you heard it from the Dogman UK. Couldn't have said it better. Let's go ahead and get this go home music, because it's time to go home. It's time to go home. Got to get ready for the after hour show tomorrow. I can't recall the guest right now, but we do have a guest lined up. So we will be on the air. And yeah, so I will see you there. I want to thank everybody for coming out. Magneticus, Maggie M10, Deb from SAC, Black Dragon, Mike Bothwell, thanks for joining us. Amy WC. I know some people left earlier. Let's see. We have some lurkers too. Thanks for coming, lurkers. If you're not subscribed, please consider hitting the subscribe button, coming back and joining the conversation. We do this, you know, it's real talk, as you may have heard or may not have heard. It's yeah, we just speak truth here. Always have, always will. And I can't end the show without talking about why we do this. Why do we even get together and do this? I have to bring it up. We do this for the positive progression of humanity, always. That's period. That's what it's about. Progressing humanity in a positive fashion, doing things, pushing or talking about narratives in ways that we can do that. We did that earlier with Drew Banky. Shout out to Drew Banky. I love his point of views, man. Awesome. Dogface, thanks for coming in. Maggie M10, you already know Maggie M10, thanks for coming in. Let's see. I did say Deb from SAC. Let's go back. I just want to make sure I don't miss. Tamat Man, thanks for coming through tonight. Great conversation. Thanks for joining us on the stage. Love be love. Love be love. Thanks for coming through. Thanks for showing your face for the first time ever in history. And your voice. Because your voice is just as important as anyone else's and is needed. It's needed. All your voices are needed. So if you're considering coming up next time, please think about it hard and consider doing it, because we're doing it all for a good reason. Ange, thanks for coming. Neil Warden, thank you, sir. Thanks for coming. Let's see, going back. Let's keep going. I don't want to miss it. Long Island Bigfoot Mike, thanks for coming. Area 51, thank you. Thank you. Paramar, appreciate you, man. Thanks for coming through. We'll do it again, like always. All right, hope I didn't forget anybody. Jody Terry, thanks for coming. I seen your name there. Pleasure. I think I'm back at the beginning. All right. Jessica S., thank you for coming through too. And as we always do, my name is Mr. Rob G. This is the Social Dig. I want to thank you guys all for coming. Enjoy the rest of your night, and I will see you at the after hours and then back here right afterwards. Take care, y'all.